I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
as
interesting.
well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much.
Yes.
CEO of whatever.
Yes.
They give so much
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you, and the goal
Yes.
is to weaken you financially.
Yes.
Is to weaken your owner.
Yes.
These are slanderers.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night
Yes.
to ask and learn about me.
Yeah.
And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is Monday.
There is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay. Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
We should have structures in place that will always keep these kids involved in the game of basketball, so that when a tournament comes, we are not just starting to pick someone here, someone there, someone here to put them up for the games. That is a very bad system that has always plagued Ugandan basketball for a very long time, which I think FUBA really needs to change. Let us have structures, you know, where people graduate from the under 9, under 12 to under 16, going forward like that.
I was having a discussion with Stephen Nyeko, who is the head coach of Namuongo Blazers and also part of the ESCOM committee. And in that discussion, we're discussing the issue of basketball academies and how they are structured. When you look at countries like Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, their basketball structure is, for you to start up an academy, there is actually a committee that vets that academy. How you're doing it, how you're running it, are you qualified enough? What are you actually teaching the kids that you have, boys and girls? And then what is your continuity program? However, we have so many people that have started up academies in Uganda at the moment, basketball academies, and even in other disciplines. But we don't have a committee or an authority that is policing these academies. And that is why I think we're getting it wrong. We have, when you look at Egypt, the Egypt female girls team is scoring enormous, they're actually slaughtering and embarrassing teams.
It's really crazy.
By the first half, the first 2 quarters, they're actually done with the game and they're just running their rotations. Because you've been scoring 140, 120, 130, and the other teams that they've been beating have not even been able to make 20 points. You know, the previous game they scored 164 to 10, no, to 12.
To 12.
Yes,
that was a very big margin.
And then when you go down, they go down, and their process starts from when these girls are 8 years old. Come to 10 years old, come to 12. Now the best are picked out from this. Here we have a student starting to play basketball at about, when they're in senior 2, that is about 13, 14 years. Yeah. By the time they can actually grasp a few of the basics, they are in, let's say, senior 3, senior 4.
Yeah.
Now, when you put such a student against someone who has been in camp and practicing from the time they were 8, totally, it is a disservice, it is a mismatch, it is a mishap. Good afternoon. The show is Slam Dunk Basketball. My name is Felix Eupal. It is a show whereby we discuss, dissect the beautiful game of basketball. So many things have been happening. In studio today, I have 2 gentlemen who are representing us on our national teams, and they will be introducing themselves later in the show. I'm with my co-host, Emmanuel Ateng. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Felix.
A lot is happening in locally and internationally.
Yeah, it's an exciting time for basketball. You know, when the lockdown came, we thought that nothing was going to happen in basketball. But yeah, it's an exciting time. Looking forward to the Afro-Basket that will be starting next week, and with the under-16 that just concluded. So yeah, really expecting a lot.
Yeah, remember we are live on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, and on our website, houseoftalentug.com. Gentlemen, thank you for honoring Slam Dunk Basketball with your valued time. Please introduce yourself so that you do the honors.
My name is Yuhi Richkeri. I am captain of the U16 Silverback national team.
Okay.
And I've been playing basketball for a long time, ever since I was around 9.
Okay.
And I took an interest in basketball when I started watching TV and watching LeBron and everybody. But then it started becoming a big thing for me when I realized how passionate basketball as a sport is. And then we're meeting great people, great coaches like my coach, Coach Ronnie.
Okay.
And yeah, I just kept on playing and working as hard as I
Thank
can.
you for representing the junior Silverbacks. We'll be getting into that discussion later in the show of how everything was. So, to our viewers out there, both here in Uganda and others who are watching in the diaspora.
My name is Mutebi Roni. I'm the coach for the Junior Silverbacks, boys under 16. And I also assist with the under 18s.
Assist with the under 18s.
Yes, sir.
And you are also a coach of Warriors basketball team. Yes. Last time I checked.
Yes,
I don't know, you can update us on the current situation.
Yes, I'm still the head coach of Chambogo Warriors Basketball Club. I think it's one of the biggest clubs in Uganda. If I'm not mistaken, the biggest.
Which did not register for the current league, which is at the moment on a hold.
Yeah, given the conditions, yeah, because it was really a call of life against fun. So we had to choose. Priority is life. As Warriors, we value lives, and we didn't want to risk, given the situation we are in as a country.
We had that discussion with Emma, according to the manager of Warriors basketball, which information was relayed that it was an issue of COVID, but however, other teams were taking part. The former players of Warriors were also being signed and actually playing on other teams. So it did make a lot of sense.
And you're not taking in consideration, because you guys told us that it was a situation of you need to protect the lives of your players. Which same players were playing pickup games, they were, moving out here and there. So I don't think it was a valid reason actually telling us that you have to protect your players. There must have been something else on the inside that none of the people in the Warriors, committee really wants to tell us. Was there something else that pushed you guys not to register? Because it puts you in a bad spot.
Yeah.
When we return next year with the league, will you be relegated? Will you crawl your way back into the eight? How does it work?
First, as a federation, they sent out the notice that you are free to play or not to play. Then, because basketball, Warriors, according to Warriors, it's a family team. and we consider families first. So we talked to all the players that were available, and we told them our decision and our fears, given that most of us are exposed, and we travel a lot and we know what's happening out there. So we told them our stand as management. But however, we gave them chance they are free to do what they want because these are adults. We told them if you want to go, you can go. If you want to play pick up, you can pick up, but at your own cost. Yeah, but as a club and management, we chose to take one stand, and that is to protect the players. Because by that time there was no vaccine, there was nothing, so we didn't think it was, looking at if you look at the opportunity cost and you weigh, the risk was a bit great. Yeah, of course, players always get stubborn and all that, they want to continue playing, which you can't avoid. But as management, because when a player gets sick, or God forbid the player dies, they will not say a player was playing pickup, they will say Warriors. And you are liable as a club and management. So you look at the underlying expenses and costs, then you're like, you know what? For now, let's take a break. I mean, it does nothing. And I think based on what's happening now, I think we took a wise decision because even the teams that had begun are not playing anymore. Okay, so as much as the players really wanted to play, as much as everyone else was doing, we don't do things according to everyone else. We do things according to what our conscience tells us. And at that moment, as management, we're all in the same boat, and we said protect the players first.
Okay. Hopefully we shall get back to the Warriors discussion later on. To Yuri, the captain of the junior Silverbacks. Welcome back from Cairo, first of all, and it was an experience which I believe has both sides of the coin. Please, to our viewers, explain how was it down there?
Well, that's for me and for most of the people on our team, the toughest competition we've had to come up against. So it was not so much a surprise, but a hard hitter when we arrived there. And the first game, we were a bit scared, but then towards the later stages, we started gaining confidence as a team, and then we started getting stronger. And I feel like it's taught us that Uganda may not be the biggest country in basketball, but because we have heart, we can fight.
Because we have heart. That's a very good statement, Emma. Don't you think? Heart, attitude, those are some things that actually I believe even Coach Ronnie will not be able to instill in the players.
There's some things that in basketball we say you can't teach people some things. You can't teach someone how to have heart. You can't teach someone how to hustle. Those are things that come from within. Okay, those are things that are going to set you apart from other players. And coming from you is saying that those are things that it was a baptism by fire, basically. Watching your first game, all of us were in shock at what was happening. But like you said, it's a good experience. It actually showed you guys where you range according to other players in Africa. But what I want to get from you is, after that first loss, okay, what was the situation like in the under-16 camp? I know some tears must have been shed. Some guys must have second-guessed their talent or something like that. So what was the experience for you guys after that first loss, after that first game?
Well, in the first game, we were prepared to fight. And then as they took us on, and as you said, it was a baptism of sorts. We didn't take the loss so badly. Because as a team, we needed to move on, and we needed to forget the past, the loss, and we needed to be together and be strong. Because there was no other way we would continue in the tournament if we were looking at our losses. So after the game, there was no tears shed. We came together as a team and we said we're going to work together, work better as a team. And that was our mindset, and that's how we moved on throughout the tournament.
And I think that showed,
Definitely, because like you said, they grew in the tournament. Mr. Mutebi, preparations for getting the junior Silverbacks there. There was a lot of talk on social media from various people, some of them being actually very harsh, some being a bit sympathetic, others being hopeful, others actually commenting that the team did not have any business going down there. Preparation-wise, how was it?
Very tough, I must confess. The initial stages, we had a plan as a national team committee, junior national team committee. We did a bit of trials, went to schools. From last year, we've been scouting. Even before the lockdown, we tried to reach out to the coaches. I don't know if it remembers, we sent out communication to all the available pages and told the coaches, because we can't know everyone, but we know, through knowing coaches, we know the coaches, and we can always get to them. So we tried to reach out to coaches, and everyone presented who they thought was their best. And by January this year, which was, I think, towards our last trials, we had a team of, we first had a team of around 70 boys at KIU. We did
70?
Yes.
That's a huge number. How did you zero down to the final 12
so
from 70?
There were 70, we were around 6 coaches. I chose a group of 6 coaches I worked with, independent of my decision. And of course with the technical director, inclusive. So we chose around 40 boys. So we had another trials. We had other trials at City Parents, City High, sorry. And according to the attendance, there was still about 40. Where we thought there would be 40, there still 30. So we had to reduce the number to 20. Even after doing the final 20, they still sent us some boys we thought were good. For example, I'd never seen Omara Emmanuel. They told me he's there, but he's in Ngulu, he can't come. So the people who had seen him, I based on the words of the coaches who told me, actually, this boy is way better. He's tall, he's this, he can do this, can do this. I watched a few of his workouts and they were okay. And then there are some other kids who came around, of course. So we tried to make it competitive, but under circumstances, it was hard because we don't have a basketball arena that we can use and say this national team, or this is for the federation. So we had to always bench on individuals to help us. So towards 3 months to the competitions, we did our final trials of the final 25 actually. It became 25.
Final 25.
Yes.
Now you narrowed it down from 70 to 40
to 25. And now we're sure. And most of the guys I went with recently were not actually there. They were I think he was one of the finalists. But most of the kids who I went with to Egypt were not part of the final 25. So the challenge was documentation. We tried to file in, we tried to, but the response is always low. So there's a lot of politics. This one doesn't have a birth certificate, this one doesn't have this. Then also we got the communication that there's no money. So there was no motivation. And as an individual, I can't take on a team and take it to camp. Then there was a bit of a lockdown also, because I thought maybe 2 months to the event I can try to get guys.
Work with the numbers that you have and work on a few things.
Because you can tell parents sacrifice, but there was no one. And there's no way they could move. Yeah, so it became a bit risky.
What main attributes were you looking for from the players that you were sieving out to make your final cut?
I've been following the continental competitions. And I remember my first experience was in Rwanda, and we used to think we were better than Rwandese, but the under 16 of Rwanda was way better than us and we were bigger. So I looked at size, first of all, and athleticism, but also competitiveness. And like I told you, some bit of hustle, because it's one thing to be tall and all that, but when you can't hustle.
Without putting that energy down there on the floor.
Exactly, so yeah. And then because you also have to know the type of basketball we play in Uganda is mainly transitional basketball and all that. So we know, like every country has its own kind of identity, and that's for Uganda. We shoot and then we run. So I kind of looked for that. But basing on what we finally got, some were there, some were not. And it was short notice, so we had to look for who has a passport, who has a birth certificate, who is available. There are some people who even called and sent messages, and up to now they haven't read them.
they haven't responded to
exactly.
them. That is quite
so
kind of yet we're in a digital era.
To some extent, we can put the blame on maybe the coaches, maybe the management, maybe the players themselves, maybe the parents, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like we can't be, by all this should have been done a year ago, like other countries. Yeah. But again, we can't use our personal money because it requires money. I can't have basketballs. I need someone to provide for me.
Yeah, you need transportation to get
I need
there.
Transportation.
To and from and everything.
Even the players themselves, some of them can't afford. They tell you, coach, we need this, we need water, we need transport, shoes. So it has been a task, and I know the current administration of FUBA is focused on grassroots, and I'm happy because when we give them our grievances, they consider, they're trying to consider, and I think that's why they push for us to go, despite the fact that we didn't stand a chance. But what matters most was the experience, because we can't keep waiting till we have the best team.
True.
Yeah. But what matters is, do we believe that? Because what we do believe that we shall get there, and if we shall get there, even the Malis you see now, they used to be beaten. Those days,
Mali, Algeria, they were playing way different type of basketball.
Those days, Angola was
we watched
dominant.
with Emma, and was telling me, look at how they are moving the ball.
Exactly. And you'll be shocked, even Nigeria is not there. Yet Nigeria used to be dominate. Angola, Morocco used to dominate. But it's just a starting step. We need to always take a step. And it was the first time for Uganda. We need to take it. Either way, someone had to go.
To Yuri, the junior Silverbacks, you weren't able to make it to the semi-finals, just like the Gazelles. What are the main lessons, three main lessons that you picked out from that trip down there to Cairo?
I think one is that a team is made up of everyone. There's no leader, because we all work together. Of course, there's someone who has to be captain, but as a team, everybody is on the same level. And if you look at it differently, then relationships get broken and there are problems within the system. So if you work together as a team and you have chemistry and you all respect each other, then on the court, it's the same exact thing.
Okay, so it transcends to the court.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, sometimes it's not about how you feel, but about how the coaches feel.
Explain that further to me. How the coaches feel.
For example, if you don't think you're doing well enough and they keep playing you, the coach has a reason for everything he's doing.
But you're not feeling that you're good enough, but the coach is playing you.
Exactly. And then you start to realize that it's not exactly about you not scoring or not passing the ball, but about you gaining the experience and them trying to teach you what to do next, how to play better. And you also have to play with your heart completely.
When you go out, you go out. You have to be like a soldier.
You can't go there with a mindset of, I've already made it, as Coach Badger said. You can't go out there with a mindset of saying, I've already made it. You have to go there saying, I need to make it.
Interesting ideas there and lessons that were picked up. It is Slam Dunk Basketball. We're discussing the FIBA Under-16, which was just concluded in studio. We are with the captain of the Junior Silverbacks, Yuri Ruchikaire. I think I'm pronouncing it right. We're with Coach Ronnie Mutebi and Emma Teng. We'll return after this short break. Welcome back to the second part of the show. We are discussing the Under-16, and in studio we're with the captain of the Junior Silverbacks, Yuri Ruchikaire, plus Coach Ronnie Mutebi. So you're telling me and telling the viewers out there about the experiences and what you learned and what should be done going forward.
Yeah. Well, going forward, I feel like we should have more of a preparation as a country. If we're going to be able to compete with countries which have been training for a year, then we should not have only 2 weeks of training or even less.
Or even less. Emma, 2 weeks of training versus a nation that has been training for a year.
I mean, it's like we always keep saying, it's a Ugandan thing, okay? Even with the preparation for the Silverbacks, Afrobasket, how much time did we actually put into getting to Rwanda?
So many things. We're going to give our viewers an update of what is happening down in Kigali later in the show. but still, most people, that is why their views online are that the teams shouldn't actually have traveled. But which, in my opinion, was a very disservice. You know, fans will always be very emotional.
Yeah, true.
But the most important thing was that we were able to go down there, and some lessons were picked.
Yeah, I remember.
And 18 is just around the corner.
It's around the corner. There's also, I think, 3-on-3 somewhere in September. And yeah, I remember the first time I also played the under 18. It was a really good experience. We also, you know, kind of got into that baptism of fire kind of thing, and you know, we took lessons from there. And just these guys going there and, you know, just taking part, seeing, because like he said, as soon as he came back, went straight to the gym, started working out. Okay, and
which is actually very good.
Yeah,
it's a good thing. Running.
So when you go out there, those are the things you see. You know, you actually see that you're very unprepared to face certain situations when it comes to basketball. So them coming back and starting to work out is a really good thing. It shows a positive move, you know, for our players on a personal basis, because sometimes you can't really wait for a coach, you know, to get you on the move. All right, so it's a good thing that you're working out. I hope, you know, your other guys are also working out. You being the captain, I think you really have to keep checking on these guys, because you guys are the next under 18. All right, it's not a miracle that other guys, okay, a few guys will come in here and there, but we expect the under 16s to basically graduate into, you know, the under 18, under 21,
and then go
into the national team.
Senior side.
So I don't think you guys have to wait for coaches. The coaches are there; they will do their part, but certain things can only be done by the player themselves. So it was a good experience for you guys, I believe. And hearing from what you've said, I'm glad that you guys are back in the gym working out there.
Yuri, before we get into the discussion over for basketball, the league is just around the corner. It's going to resume. Which local team would you want to play for, or have you ever wished to play for locally here?
Well, I'm not very sure. City Oil is always better.
Oh, City Oil.
Yeah.
So you want to affiliate with the record champions?
Yes.
Very interesting pick. I thought you were going to say Falcons. Emma is a Falcon forward. Yeah, but their team was losing. They are running it down. It's bottom of the table.
But it's like asking someone nowadays of this generation, which team do you want to join? I guarantee 8 out of 10 will say the Golden State Warriors. So City Oil is like the Golden State Warriors of Uganda now.
Well, most of them would actually say Lakers, since now they have a powerhouse.
Russell Westbrook and all this?
Yes, definitely. They broke the bank, and everyone is waiting for one thing: will they be healthy? That was the discussion. Can have the players then towards the post-season. They're not healthy enough.
Actually, health is one of the smallest concerns for me. But how are LeBron and Westbrook and Carmelo going to work together? You know, all these are guys who want the ball. They are all leaders in their own, you know, making. So
remember that joke of the tweet thing that the NBA should allow them to use 2 balls. one ball for Russell, the other ball for LeBron.
That's what it's going to reach. But the amazing thing also is that, you know, LeBron is one of the leaders in assists. And Westbrook is also the same, one of the leaders in assists. Okay, so there's also that joke that, you know, they'll start passing the ball to themselves so they can pad their stats.
It's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Finally, we got the senior Silverbacks down to Kigali. Today is actually when the isolation ended. Remember, every team that had to go there had to first be put in isolation, and so many things have been happening. The National Council of Sports was finally able to deliver a portion of the money, 330 million. I would request our producer to actually put up that image for our viewers out there to see. Remember, we are live on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and on our website, House of Talent Uganda. Emma, what did you think of that image that is on the screen? The money from Dr. Patrick Egwell being delivered in a sack.
You know, first I thought someone had actually just photoshopped the sack and put it there.
How at this particular level and this stage, National Council of Sports has a bank account. The Federation of Uganda Basketball Association has a bank account. Why is the money being delivered in a sack?
I wonder. I was talking to you and I was like, they would have at least printed a dummy check, and that's what they present to us. You know? But it coming in a sack, I mean, it just shows the level where we are at. To give a national team money in a sack, I mean, how low can we get?
Definitely, because when it comes and we're talking about professionalism, we're talking about getting to a different level. We're in a group which is actually very tight. I would say the group of death. We kick off with Senegal, and the money is coming at the 11th hour. You know, and it's also being delivered in a rudimental way. In a rudimental way. So I don't know what Coach Ronnie's view is on that particular matter, since he's on the junior side of managing the national team.
Actually, there's a common saying that when you keep on doing what you do, you always get what you have always gotten. So if we keep in this way, thinking this is Uganda, we're going to be getting the same results. Okay, it's unfortunate that had to happen. They had their reasons. I know both gentlemen. I know both the president, Mr. Nelson Serojoji, is a very good gentleman. I know Dr. Guel is also distinguished. So under the circumstance, I'm trying to ask myself what was going on. So
you're wondering what could have happened.
What could have happened?
But these are two elite people, outright citizens. Why wouldn't they do it differently?
Exactly. But again, basing on what was taking place, because I was not around, so I can't really criticize them that much. I didn't like the fact that it was like that, but also they had their reasons. So I'll give it. But my disappointment is always in how we handle our things. Someone out there has to step up, and we change the way we're doing our things. Not just the money, but preparation and all that. Because it's unfortunate that we're just now getting 3 days off. We're just getting done. We're just getting started as a team. I mean, I was in Cairo and I was seeing teams playing friendlies. There were tournaments that were playing.
Definitely, You're checking on websites of different teams, and they've had like 4 friendly matches.
And you saw how the US prepared for, of course I can't compare ourselves to US, but you saw how those teams, even Nigeria, they prepared for the Olympics. They went to another country, they played friendlies, the same team. So in a way, we want to achieve in a shortcut, using a shortcut, but we don't want to do the hard hustle. So what my thoughts are, someone out there has to step up and we change. Either it starts now or we're going to continue getting the same results.
We will be playing a short video from our team manager, Mr. Grace Kwizera, who's down there with the team. Traveled with Albert Ahabwe, who's the team assistant. This time round we have Brian Tuka and Emanzi Ndiamahji on behalf of the media to relay what is happening. And latest communication is that all the other players are in camp except for Ishmael Wainwright, Deng and Arthur Kaluma, who will be the final 3 joining the team later on before our first game against Senegal. What is your take on Adam Seiko, our new debutant on the team? I believe now you've watched, I think, 2 or 3 videos of the guard.
Remember we're talking about how we saw Adam Seiko in high school. And by that time he was a small guy, kind of scared of school and all this. I remember he left school at a certain point because conditions were harsh. And seeing him now, he has really put on some muscle, which is really good for a basketballer. And I watched a couple of his videos. Very good guard, starting at 6. For a guard, that is really going to help Uganda as a team. And I think he's bringing all that experience from the States, playing in the NCAA and also playing in different tournaments. He has a different kind of basketball that will fit so well with Ishmael Wainwright, with Arthur Kaluma,
Karen
Ziwa. So it's really going to be exciting to see Uganda play a different kind of basketball. Because like Coach said, our identity is basically transition. Even when you watch the league, Uganda is transition basketball. But these guys have a different way they play their basketball in the States. It's more shooting, it's more different sets and all this. So it's going to be exciting to see how these international guys are going to gel with the Ugandan players. So we're going to have a mix of transition basketball, then also set basketball, which I think is going to take many teams by surprise.
Remember, the team traveled down there without actually having a training session. Every player has been working out differently. Coach Ronnie Mutebi, Uganda as a nation, the senior Silverbacks, when you look at the group that we're in, Senegal, South Sudan, Cameroon, our biggest disadvantage is the size. Yes. They have more size than us. In a technical point of view, what would be your approach?
First and foremost, pressure. We need to play pressure defense. We need to be aggressive as a team, as from the moment we start. If you look at the game that gave us the qualification against Morocco, we kept pressure on the ball, and it kept the Moroccans out of sync. So the same going to I've watched the South Sudan playing. Their guards are manageable. They're tall, they're good, but under pressure, they're manageable. So the first thing we need to work on is pressure. Secondly, like I said, like Eti said also, transition. We can't run away from the transition. Okay? Otherwise, if we find a set defense, it's going to be hard for us to beat. Yeah.
Yuri, just before the show, we're having a brief discussion, and you have ambitions of joining the senior Silverbacks team. Which player on the Silverbacks team do you look up to? Which player inspires you and why?
Jimmy Anabo.
Jimmy Anabo. Oh, the captain.
Yes, the captain.
Oh. So a captain is also inspired by a captain, since both of you are captains. Interesting. Okay. What inspires you about Jimmy Anabo?
I feel like Jimmy Anabo is a very hard worker. And he's come from a very long, it's been a very long process until he came to the national team, and he's a powerhouse. He's generally energetic, he's strong, and he's a great leader, I think, as a captain of the national team. So I think I look up to Jimmy Anabo so that I can have those traits.
Okay.
And when I make it.
Look to Jimmy Anabo, and he also plays for City Oil. So you also just told us that yes, we will be having the video of our national team manager Grace Kwizera talking about what is happening down in Kigali, and how well prepared on how the team is actually setting up for everything to happen. The national team still has a debt, and they're still looking for money. We're actually running on a shoestring budget. What should be done, in your view, so that we don't go through the same circle over and over again? Whenever it comes to national team duty, the wallet is empty. We are running. They are running. The president himself, Nasser Seronjojo, told me that they had to look for money lenders to actually bail out the team. What should be done?
I think we should start car washes two years before. Yeah, but I think it's an issue of planning, basically. Okay, I think FIBA has a whole calendar that runs the course of time, so you'll always know what's going to happen. Okay, so we need to plan ahead. Okay, say we have let's say the September tournament, or we have a tournament in January. Okay, there's a budget for sports. All right, and I think that each sport is allotted a certain amount of money. All right, so we shouldn't really wait till the last moment to start saying that we need to give money to the national team. All right, so there should be a specific budget to the Ministry of Sports and Education. There are certain sports that are growing. Okay, football is always given the biggest part of the cake. Okay, but basketball is on the rise. Okay, we should put some more money into basketball. That is on the government side. But on the other side, I believe that we also have well-wishers, players who played on the national team. We have guys who went out and are still there. These guys can actually chip in, because at the end of the day, the national team is ours. We are Uganda. Okay, we can't all the time bash the federation or bash NCS because there is no money. If you can dig into your own pocket and give something to the national team, if you can support them with uniforms, if you can support them with basketballs, different things that they need as a national team, why can't we do that? Okay, I believe that even other teams in other countries actually do that. So what part of the government we should style up and plan? The other part on other players, other stakeholders, like the guys who assisted the under-16. We shouldn't wait for that situation. So we can all help. Let's put our hands together and help so that we avoid such a situation. It's bad for the press.
It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, and we're discussing the beautiful game of basketball, Afro basketball, which is just starting next week. Remember, the Silverbacks are going to be representing. We're in a group with Senegal, Cameroon, and South Sudan. We'll return after this short break with your views, your comments. Welcome back. It is Slam Dunk Basketball and we're discussing Afro Basketball, the under-16. In studio, I'm with the captain of the Junior Silverbacks, Yuri Richikaire, Coach Ronnie Mutebi, who is the head coach of the Junior Silverbacks, and Emmanuel Aten. We're discussing Afro Basketball.
Yeah.
What should and shouldn't be done, and Coach Ronnie was giving us some of an insight since we have a size disadvantage with the teams that we're up against in our group.
Yeah. Like I always say, for us as the Ugandan team, size is a very big issue because we're going against teams like Senegal, we're going against teams like South Sudan. I think, you know, the average height is about 6'5", okay, which is not the case with us, you know, even inclusive of our international players, you know. Basically, we are smaller. So at a certain point, good thing we play transition basketball, but at a certain point we have to play small ball, okay, basically, okay, because we don't have that support of the very big men and all this. So we're going to rely so much on small ball, which means our guards are going to work overtime, you know, our forwards are going to have to work overtime. And it worked for us when we played against Morocco in the qualifiers, and I think it's something that is still going to work for us more and more. And like Coach said, the emphasis should actually be on defense. For a team like us, if we play defense, I believe that the offense will actually work out itself, you know, because good defense equals good offense. So that's what we should really focus on.
That's what we should focus on. What other approach, Coach Ronnie Mutebi, do you think should be taken?
Besides what he had said, I think we also need to be ready to shoot the ball. It's hard to score points inside against a team like South Sudan and Senegal and all those. We need to really be able to shoot that ball.
And to be able to shoot the ball.
Yeah, but also at one point I feel, looking at South Sudan and Senegal and Cameroon, when I saw the first games they played, they didn't really shoot that well from the three-point line. So I would feel, as much as they put in pressure, we can also go into a zone to help us on the rebounding end, because they really can't shoot outside. They shoot, but not as much as they do inside. So we need to first work on our shooting from the perimeter, but also play a kind of a zone that protects us in the paint to be able to rebound over those guys.
A zone that protects us in the paint.
Yes.
So that we can be able to get that ball more off the boards. Is that what you're trying to explain?
Exactly.
Okay, okay. And to the captain of the Junior Silverbacks, how are you prepared now, since now you're going to be graduating to under 18?
Me?
Yes, you and with your other unit, since you're the captain, you're the one who leads.
Yeah. As soon as we came back, from there we understood what we needed to do. As soon as we came back, we're getting ready for the competition because they're working out as well. So they're getting better. Okay. So we have to work 2 times more than we've ever done in our lives. So as soon as I came back, you work in the morning, you work out in the evening, you rest a lot. We need to focus more on our bodies, and we need to focus more on winning, because we can't win if we're not going to play strong and if we're not going to be hard.
So way back we hosted Linda Wafila, who is the FUBA medical person.
Yeah. How
do you handle your body? Because that is also very important.
Yeah. The coaches and...
Because you've just mentioned handling, working on your bodies.
Yeah. Yeah. The coaches advise that we not only focus on working on our muscles and our fitness, but also rest. Because your body needs a lot of rest so that you can have a good mindset, first of all, and so that your body can be prepared to work more 6 days. So I think we're going to work on our agility and our fitness, but also our muscle and getting size.
Getting size. So does that include eating Dorex?
You can.
Because the diet is also very important in this particular case. Coach Ronnie,
yes,
what diet do you advise the young gentlemen to be having?
At this particular age group, I advise...
because even the people watching out there, the other people who didn't make the cut or who are also playing basketball would also want to know what diet should they be consuming at this particular age so that they can have the proper growth and proper bone structure and strength to get there.
Actually, for Uganda as a country, we are more like a food basket. So there is no food in Uganda that can't help. But of course, more proteins is good, and more fruits. Okay, proteins are good, and as much as they can take them to be good, but fruits also, and of course water. But when I look at Ugandan diet, I don't see any food that is dangerous. A bit of the fast foods, less of them, yeah. But I would advise whatever they can get their hands on. Their bodies are very, their metabolic rate is so high at this age, so they can consume anything and it can be digested, and it can also help in growth. But the most important is vegetables, proteins, and fruits.
Vegetables, proteins, and fruits. As we're getting to the last segment of the show, speaking to FUBA Vice President in charge of media and publicity, Arnold Katabi, the managers will be having a meeting that is next week concerning league resumption. Remember, there was already a Zoom meeting that happened. I don't know if Coach Ronnie Mutebi, you were able to attend that one.
I attended half of it.
You attended half of it?
Yes.
But according to Mr. Arnold Katabi, the managers have not yet reached a conclusion. So has the FUBA Competitions Committee on league resumption. But hopefully we'll be able to get all that information. How prepared is Falcons?
Well, I'd say as a team we haven't really practiced in a while. But I know for a fact that guys actually, take time to practice alone. Means putting in your own time, or just, going for a pickup game, going for a run in the morning. As a basketballer, you have to be disciplined. Okay, you can't basically wait for the coach to come and start telling you to run suicides or to go out on the court and shoot, because you won't be playing for Falcons forever. You also have ambitions. Okay, so let's say if my ambition, like you, is to play for City Oil, I can't really wait for Falcons to start practice. Okay, I have to make sure that I keep myself in basketball playing condition. All right, so that when the competition starts, all we have to do as a team is gel together. Basically come together. So as a team, since the lockdown started, Falcons really hasn't had time to practice as a team. But I believe as individuals, we have been practicing. There are a couple of guys in the gym, and I like that we actually had a break. For most people, it looked like, man, this break is really bad. It broke, the course we are having. But on the flip side, when you look at it, it gives you as a player time to reflect on what you did during that first round. Where are my weaknesses? What stuff do I need to work out on? Do I need to get more muscle on my body? Do I need to become a better shooter? So it gave us time also as a team, as Falcons, to think about the different loopholes that we had as a team that we need to plug. And when we come to a consensus of when the league should resume, I believe that we will be prepared, because we are in a situation whereby we have to win the next games that we have to basically qualify for the playoffs. So come league, I believe that Falcons will be ready.
Come league, Falcons will be ready. I hope they do not get relegated. So many fans out there don't want to see that happen. But Coach Ronnie Mutebi is very excited also, despite the fact that Warriors did not take part in the league.
He might be waiting for us to get relegated so they can sign some.
Oh, by the way, because the Warriors at the moment don't have players. What is the latest in the Warriors camp? I believe very many viewers want to know, and I actually have some interesting comment here that actually it's a question. It's from a gentleman called Bernard Butare, and he says, are there any vocational skills that you try to impart on these kids, or it is just basketball? I think he's a parent, or he has...
Yes, definitely. So, in terms of national team and the youth trainings, we do try to impart other vocational skills and life skills. But the challenge is always time. Okay, now for example, when we were in Cairo, because that's when we had the most time with them, we tried to help them focus and handle defeat and challenges. And one of the things we did, they can testify, is we took away all the gadgets for the purpose. Yeah, they took away, I know I didn't tell you, but We took all their phones.
He's going to tell me, and the viewers about that. It will be interesting. In this day and age, I can't imagine spending a day without my cell phone.
Exactly. So the reason why we did that was to avoid exposing them to the negativity of social media, because we saw what was happening after just one game. Imagine you have 6 games to go and one game and everyone is bashing you. It doesn't matter.
Most of the comments were not actually friendly at all.
But that's how life is, because at one point you're going to be hit. The question is due based on the negativity. So most of them thought they wouldn't make it throughout the whole career experience, but they made it without video games, without cell phones. And surprisingly, the more they did that, the more they enjoyed as a team, the more actually they focused. And that's one of the lessons we try to put on them, that a team comes first. Not me calling my mother, calling my father, my girlfriend, but I start with my team. We're in this together, we fight together and come out of it together. The other thing was maybe also the issue, if you look at us where we're residing in Cairo, we're with the Mali team, who are eventual champions, the ladies and the men. So if you look at them, if you observe them,
men escalated group of young lads.
Yeah, if you observe their way of doing things, everything was about team. Before they take breakfast, they call the team meeting. After breakfast, call the team meeting. And what was shocking was the amounts of food they were eating. For us as Uganda, we are putting to our players to eat. Please eat. Please take this. Okay, take a fruit. Mali, the hotel had to come in and say, you guys, you have eaten more than you're supposed to.
You are consuming much more than what
there was even almost a strike in regards to food from the Mali team because they wanted more food.
Because they were all bigger. Yeah. So your body will need more food because you are using more calories.
Exactly. Yeah, but the biggest lesson you can get from basketball that we can always teach is discipline. There's no anything better than that, discipline and commitment. You know, most of these young people have so many things they commit to. They are the peak, or should I say they are the fulcrum of their lives. So they have so many decisions to make, and once you make one decision, you must be committed to it. Whether it's school, whether a career or something, you must commit to it. But also you must be disciplined to chase after it.
To Yuri, how was it being down there? You don't have your cell phone. You're not communicating with your peers, with your friends.
I'm not going out to the mall.
Tell the viewers out there who are definitely, even me myself, would want to know how it was. No cell phone, no access to internet.
At first, it was very hard. It was very hard being without our phones for a while, and it dawned on some people more than it did on others.
I can imagine the stress. I've just been telling you I can't spend a day without my cell phone.
So normally during the times when it's like nighttime, you're going to use your phone before you go to sleep, we'd talk as a team. And we'd joke around, we'd make jokes, everything. And I feel like that built chemistry. So there are negatives with taking the phone because some people feel like they get inspiration. They get inspiration from like their parents and stuff, but at the same time there were a lot of more positives from taking our phones because it let us build ourselves as a team and work together as players and build relationships.
So you picked the positives from taking from not having the gadgets and not having access to the internet. Emma, how long can you spend without having a cell phone?
There's a time I actually threw away my cell phone because there's a guy called Eric Thomas. He's a motivational speaker. He says that, why use your cell phone? It's only giving you a bill. You have to buy airtime, you have to buy internet.
But it also, it's giving you information.
Yes,
information is power.
Yes, but see, the time you spend on your phone is the same time you could be using to get better at something, okay? The whole thing of, if I use my phone to get information, I'm not going to take 2 hours trying to get a piece of information. It's going to take me some time. I get that information, move on to the next thing. But if I'm looking at the screen for 4 hours, okay, I know certain teenagers now. Wake up, phone is next to your pillow. Before breakfast, some of them can't even look up from the phone, okay? So there's a time I actually just put away my phone. I said, I need to focus on things. Read a book. Some people don't know what a book looks like.
You can still read the book from yourself.
Yeah, but it doesn't give you the same feel as getting a book and actually flipping paper. Phone, I'm just So you need to put that away. And when it comes to a sport like basketball, I know that sometimes we need to watch LeBron doing his thing, but you know, there's more harm than good when you watch the highlights of NBA. They only show you the good things that are happening. They don't show you how many air balls LeBron actually shot. They don't show you how many, you know, shots Steph Curry has to shoot just to get, you know, that amount of shots in an actual game. So sometimes it's just better to put away the phone. Say, if I was using the phone for 4 hours, let me cut it down to 1 hour, take maybe 2 hours on the basketball court, and 1 hour to rest, okay? There you've spent your 4 hours very wisely, okay? Let's say you take another 30 minutes on your video game and all that. So spend time wisely. At this age, especially for the young guys, you have to do everything you can to be better. There are certain things we at this age can't start doing now. Our time passed, all right?
Yeah.
So for them, get off the phone, get to working, which I think is better for them, yeah.
To Yuri, someone here called Wilder is asking a question. What was different about the other teams that Team Uganda did not do?
Well, they played as a team.
Okay.
We played as a team, but we didn't play wholeheartedly. Some people
try to break that down for the viewers out there.
For example, if you're in the situation where there's a pass out here and you have 8 points and you say you want to get to 10 points, people on the team would rather focus on their 10 points
instead of 10 points.
Yeah, instead of dishing the ball out, you know, you get the extra 3 points as a team. We were thinking individually at first instead of working together, and most teams were thinking differently. Like if you saw the stats, the teams that had the highest scorers were normally the ones who lost. The teams that had one person scoring the most. And then Egypt and Mali had all round the same points.
People sharing the points.
Yeah.
So they didn't have like an outright person that you'd go out and say, in this team, when you block out player number this and this, then you have at least an advantage.
Exactly.
So everyone was a threat on the floor.
Everyone.
To Coach Ronnie, how do we endeavor to also be like those teams? So that from the unit that you actually finally zero down on, everyone is a threat.
I think it goes to my first point of emphasis are the coaches who handle these kids. It's not only Coach Ron who trains these kids. These kids come from different coaching hands, and each coach has their own philosophy and perspective.
Okay.
But we need to unify as a coaching body. Okay, and that's one thing I think the federation has to work towards too. I can take the lead, but I can't access every coach in Uganda. But we need to work together as a coaching unit and know that, okay, this is our emphasis, this is our goal. Some coaches are working with kids, but even themselves need help. Okay, so they don't even know the small basics they need to teach, which is fine because their heart is there. But we need to get as much training to the coaches as possible so that they know exactly what to base on. Secondly, I think we need to give the coaches also exposure. It always goes back to the coaches. One of these kids. The kids are available, the kids are willing, but they are going through the different hands. Some hands are right, some hands are wrong. But if every coach knew and had the heart for what they're doing and they're committed to it, we would have the results. It doesn't matter how far they are.
We would get the results. We were having a brief discussion with Emma just the previous week. When you look at the Egypt program, they don't just allow anyone to actually start a basketball academy or even a football academy. However, we have so many mushrooming academies. What can be done to ensure that we try to professionalize the basketball academies that are already mushrooming at the moment?
I'm actually for them to come up for now, given the conditions we have. Egypt can afford to pay every coach in their country. Actually, every coach is on the payroll by the government. Uganda can't afford that. So if we are lucky enough to have mushrooming academies and coaches, that's our advantage actually. But what I would think is the person in charge of the youth basketball in Uganda should identify the top youth coaches that are around the country, and then we do more refresher camps, especially when national team is camping, the senior national team. Because if I know what George Genapolis is working on, or Monday June is working on, as regards to the seniors or selection of the seniors. I also know what the under 18s are working on. Then if I'm having a 12-year-old, I need to have that perspective, because that's the whole goal. Yeah, so for now, given the circumstances we're under, I wouldn't discourage the mushrooming camps and academies. I would actually support them.
There's a school of thought that thinks differently. That when these young people are enrolled into these academies, they meet their trainers and not coaches, and most of them don't get that ample time to actually work with the children and the young kids. You find someone brings their son or daughter to one academy, and they're going to be there, let's say, for about an hour or 2 hours. What about that school of thought?
Of course, that is also inevitable at one point, because if I have my son and he's playing or my daughter, I still need time. But it goes back to the professionalism. Why are we there in the first place? I mean, if you look at some of the NBA coaches, let me look at Doc Rivers. At one point, he coached his son, but you could see that there was nothing like father-son. It was coach-player.
He first benched him.
Exactly.
And there was no quite a number of stories on Bleacher Sport, I remember, concerning the fact that he was benching his son.
Yeah, and there's no remorse, because if you look at it in terms of what do I need to do as a coach, not as a father, then you'll be pushing your son towards that. And the son or the daughter will rub you off from that. But if I want to treat you differently because you're my child, then it's not going to help you, it's not going to help me.
Yuri, to get this passion into the sport of basketball, are you enrolled in any basketball academy, or it was just passion and the fact that at your school there's a basketball court and you picked interest?
Yeah, I started playing basketball in GEMS Cambridge, Kampala, but I wasn't really passionate about it until I reached BSK. I have a coach,
Eric Malinga?
Mato. He taught me that basketball is not only about playing. It's about relationships, it's about everything in life.
Yes.
So I started to understand that basketball is life. So if you're going to play basketball, you have to play it with everything you have.
You have to give it your all.
So yeah, I started playing at BSK, and I started playing seriously. I started playing with an academy, and during the first lockdown, I think I was doing private basketball lessons with Martin, my friend, and Coach Eric. And I think that's when it really started to dawn on me that I have to get
really serious about this particular sport. As we wind up, your last word to the viewers out there who have been watching, and those following us on our Facebook page, on our YouTube channel, on our website, your last word to them.
Hard work is always the way.
Hard work is always the way.
If you think you've gotten there and there's a better area for you to be in, you've not yet gotten there. You have to work harder until you're at the highest place you can be in.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Coach Ronnie, your last word to our viewers out there.
Mine is more to do with vision and dreams. If you have a vision and you have dreams, then you have to strive to achieve them. But also, that's to young people who aspire to make it in sports. They matter if it's basketball or anything, but vision of where you want to be in the years to come. But also to the parents and the stakeholders, I want to thank them, because it's not easy that someone sacrificed, especially during this COVID, someone sacrificed for you to just go and take a trip somewhere, just to have an experience. So I want to thank them. I know this is an opportunity for me to thank them, and I encourage them to continue supporting whoever is there.
Emma, last word to the viewers and your prediction come our opening game, the Silverbacks.
My last word to the people out there, basically, we need to improve basketball in Uganda, and we have talked about different ways of doing it. But I think also for improving on the coaches and the players, we need a mentorship program, where we can have the national teams actually mentor each other. We can also have the senior coaches mentor other coaches, which I think would be a very good thing for us, something the Federation can look into, something that we can also look into. And for AfroBasket, I'm Team Uganda. You know, whatever happens, I know our first game we have to win the game.
Definitely, because if we start slow, then it's going to be quite a hard tussle to get out there. And remember, we don't want to go into the mathematics of best loser to go as number 3 from the group. We have to make the final 2 slots. To the fans out there, the Silverbacks need the 6th man. There is an offer for $1,045. That includes flight to and fro to Kigali, plus accommodation for the 10 days that the tournament will be going on. You can go with your national ID to the FUBA offices, get registered, go down there, support the Silverbacks. Thank you so much. That's been Slam Dunk Basketball. Felix Opal is my name. Catch you next time.
We're excited to be here. It's an opportunity for us to play the best teams in Africa for the 3rd time in a row, and we are ready to go. Because it's the 3rd in a row, we've learned our lessons in the last one and the one before that. We like our chances, we like the team that we have, and we would like to make our country proud. There's 14 of us today, another 10 coming in by the end of the day, and after that we should have a chance to play if we can agree with Rwanda on how to do it.
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, There's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hold and the foray into the executive director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the director engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011.
Yeah.
And before then, I was
for so much.
Yes.
CEO of whatever.
Yes.
They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
There is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay. Mona Onyaitodeke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more share.
Yes.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this morning or this afternoon from whichever part of the world that you are catching or watching the CEO Bench from is Jennifer Okusia of Bosco Uganda. She is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, and of course the name Bosco is one of the most famous names in Uganda and in Africa. So welcome to the show and welcome to the CEO Bench discussion this morning. Jennifer, we'd like to take this moment to welcome you to the show. How are you, first of all?
Thank you. I'm really very well.
Great. So the name Bosco, it's a very famous name in Uganda. How did you guys come up with Bosco?
Actually, the name Bosco Uganda is an acronym that stands for Battery Operated System for Community Outreach.
Okay.
Yes, so it is a faith-based organization under the Archdiocese of Gulu.
Yeah.
We are located in northern Uganda, in Gulu district, and it started in 2007, just at the time, just slightly after the end of the war.
Yeah.
It started in a way to kind of connect the people in the northern region. If you know very well that time, us who came from the north, it was very difficult to travel. Say from Makerere when I was a student, crossing over to the West Nile region. So it was really, really hard because of the war. In the park, it was always such, how do I say, very stressful moment. You always had fear because of the war that was going on. At that time, the rebels had abducted people. There were many people living in internally displaced camps. So, and there was kind of very little information coming from that side about the facts, what was really going on in the region. And the owners, the founders of Bosco Uganda, there is a priest called Father Joseph Okumu and a friend from the USA called Gus. They had the idea of establishing ICT centers within the camp, within the internally displaced people's camps, with the idea of connecting, the camps with the world, so that the people in the region are able to express themselves and tell their own stories, and also get to connect with the outside world, so that people get to see what is happening. And if you remember very well, the Archbishop, who is still the one, Archbishop Odama, that time children would sleep on the streets because it was not safe. And you remember the time when he joined them to sleep on the streets. Very young children, as old as 3 years, 4 years, had to leave their homes to come and sleep on the street. So there was a need to share information about what is going on in the region. And also it was established in a way to enable people speak out about their lives, so that people get to understand really the situation in the context. So Bosco was established to kind of connect people from one camp to another. So the first connection was in Pabo camp, and then we thought of establishing additional camps, like additional sites in other camps. So using a voice over telephony system. And also I could say that Bosco and the founders were really visionary in a way that they started having wireless network connection already in the camps, that early. So what we are today is an organization that has now established about 54 ICT centers. These are information communication technology centers in communities, in the rural communities, basically to connect the unconnected, and the digital isolation, and enable people, using the internet to reach out to the world, access information. And Bosco does not only do connection in the communities, but also the organization supports other, NGOs, other organizations, and the Archdiocese, the institution of the Archdiocese, with connectivity. And it is a not-for-profit organization. It's a private, not-for-profit organization. So we don't do it for profit at all, but it is about the community and about extending services to the places where you find the main companies like MTN and others are not reaching, because the northern region, as you know, because of the war, fell behind on many development indicators. So access, even roads, are not very easy. So you find Bosco Uganda and its network, the wireless network, up to Pabo. You find it in Gago district. You find in really all the Acholi sub districts, and also in Lango. And we've also established some ICT centers in the West Nile. It expanded from connecting people towards also building skills of people, like basic skills on computer, so that people are able to use it, you know, and work.
Wow.
And recently we did some interesting work with Lacho Hospital, trained a number of health workers, tutors, and today, as you know, with COVID, more than ever, digitalization is highly appreciated. It's the way to go, and Bosco continues to give people skills on basic computer and also connect them so that they're able to, you know, reach out the world and do their work.
Wow. Jennifer, what a beautiful story right there. I want to take you back a little bit from a personal point of view. You've talked about Bosco. Now we understand that it's not the Bosco, the Katala of the city, but it's really the Bosco, the Katala of the village or of the community. That's the most important thing about it. I want to take you back to a more personal question. Who is Jennifer Okusia?
A simple lady. Humble lady. I am a Ugandan. And I'm from Moyo district. My dad is from Moyo, and my mother was from Arua, so she was a Lubara. I'm a Madi. How do I say? I'm 41 years old. I look so young, but I'm 41 years old. And I studied in Makerere University. I started from studying in Arua. Arua was my school time, primary school in Arua. Arua Hill Primary School, which now is hosting, I think they are setting up a football pitch there. And then I studied Muni Girls Secondary School, a wonderful school. And then I came to Makerere University. So all my life I've been living up in the north in West Nile in Arua, and I studied development studies, bachelor's in development studies from Makerere University. Then after a few years I did my postgraduate in business management, and then I did a master's with Uganda Matters University in development studies as well. So I'm a woman who, I would say I'm a development worker. Very passionate about social development and transformation of lives.
Wow. Jennifer, you were nominated to come onto the CEO Bench. The program that you're on right now is called the CEO Bench. The CEO Bench exists to, you know, spotlight people who are on a good leadership journey from self-leadership to community leadership to national leadership and to, you know, infinity leadership, if that exists, which we know it does. But the people who nominated you seems to have to believe that you're doing something good. And so whenever we have nomination to bring people to the CEO Bench, we're looking at their leadership abilities, we're looking at their level of change management, how do they manage change from one place to the next, because you're growing into ladder, and CEO Bench, you know, shine lights on people who are on the top, and those who are either on the top coming down, or those who are going to the top. You've recently been appointed as the new executive director of Bosco Uganda. And I guess that is the reason why there's spotlight on you at the moment. And on the CEO Bench, we want to know from you. We've asked you the question, who is Jennifer, and what is your story like as a person, growing up as a girl child from Arua, from Moyo? I mean, did you ever see yourself where you are today? What was the story like?
As I said before, I came from a humble family, a family of 5 people, 5 children. My father and a mother recently passed on. May God rest their soul in eternal peace. But I grew up like many other young girls in this country who are from the countryside, not very advantaged with life. My mother was an ophthalmologist, and actually she's a mentor to me because she's one of the first people to come in Arua district in the 1990 to kind of give awareness about eyes, about the eye, you know, the cataracts, and she was able to, you know, operate people's eyes and they were able to see. So my mother was passionate about work, and some of the values I draw today are from my mother. She was for me such a model because she really somehow kind of single-handedly raised us. Although I had a father, he was, you call him an electrical engineer. And he kind of retired early. So in the early 94, my dad, for some reason, decided to get early retrenchment. So he left the burden of care to my mother. So my mother was raising nearly 5 children on her own. I am the third third born in the family.
Yeah.
I had a stepbrother, he's passed on. My elder sister is in police keeping mission now. Myself, and then 2 siblings, a boy and a girl, and then we had a cousin that was with me. But what I'm telling this story because as a mother, women, I'm relating so much to women and what they go through, families, what they go through. So I had a mother who was doing everything she could do to raise nearly the children alone, although the husband was there. It was hard for us because I experienced also hardship, poverty, and I know what it means. And one of them, I remember in the university we had a course called Poverty and Development. I didn't have to study it. I'm like, you know what, poverty.
You are the course itself.
I'm like, I am the course itself. So this one, no need to study. So I had to pass it very highly because I understood. It was a tough life because, you know, civil service work, the payments, and it was hard to pay school fees for many children. So, well, in short, I had to stand out as a leader already as a child. I was helping my mother in running her clinic that she was using to get some income. So when she's in the hospital, I would take care of the clinic and be like a nurse. So I started that actually by primary school and went on to secondary. But when I reached senior 6, I said, no, this is illegal. I can't do this. So it's a profession and you've got to become a nurse, you know, a doctor. And I had to leave it. But that in short, we had challenges as far as school fees is concerned. You know, a single parent really, I would say, not very easy to raise it. So, you know, when you're in school those days, you carry yourself as a lady, even on a bicycle. You carry yourself to school, fall on the way as you go with your luggage, but you come back. And so it was a struggle with school fees for us. But one thing that made me think already at that time, I was a leader in various settings. I was an active leader in the youth category, I would say. We had what they call the young Christian students. I was a leader right from secondary school, and I was the head of the section in the school. Even at the district, I was a publicity secretary. And eventually, when I came to Makerere, I was the vice national leader. So in this YCS, I'm saying it because there was so much values that we drew from being...
There's leadership
instilled in you. So we had so much values. Then we were really like, you know, you had to be, we had themes like models for change. The leader is, you know, you have to go to be a model for change. You know, there were so many values. So what we did was that even in school, you had to identify where are the problems and kind of, as students, try to resolve the problems within the school and outside. But I was also an UNSA chairperson in the school, and also in the district, I was also a leader. And so these things helped me a lot. And one thing that I knew that I said, in our family, you know, we were born on the other side, not very privileged like others, but you needed to work hard to be better. I knew that to be successful, you've got to work hard. And as a woman, I never believed in getting handouts from men or, you know, having a boyfriend or something as a short, you know, as a way of meeting your basic needs. It is very costly. So the only way out was education. And I really did believe, and up to today, I value so much education, that no matter what, education is the way out. And I knew that if I succeed, my siblings will not have to suffer. They had to get education. And that's what I did. As soon as I finished the university and got my first volunteer job as a lecturer, you know, I was never afraid of challenges because you had to face challenges and deal with them. So it built me up. I kind of became very strong, and there's nothing that I would be afraid of. And something that I drew from my early childhood, the motto of the schools, like the primary school. In Arohi, it was saying, I will try, come what may. And then, no, it was hard work pays, actually. Then in Munigals, it was, I will try, come what may. So there's nothing that can defeat you. So you pick up yourself and move. So for girls, I really do believe that even today, when you look at the context we are with COVID, and we hear so many cases of girls getting pregnant, I really want to speak to them that, you know, challenges are there in life, but you never give up. You've got to fight on and really believe in God. But what keeps us moving is that faith in God. When you have God in your heart and you really, really believe in the values that come from, you know, from your faith, it can move you to mountains. It can move mountains from your life, actually. You can actually overcome so much and be what you want to be. So I was a leader, I would say by default or whatever, but I was always in leadership. And I believed that for every problem, there is a solution. And there's no problem that is permanent. You can always overcome it.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. We're yet to know the names that sounds from the eastern part of Uganda, but yet she's talking of the West Nile part of the country. Of course, the West Nile part of Uganda is a part of the country from the northern part of Uganda. If you're watching the show from anywhere across the world, it's a CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. Jennifer Okusia Erejo is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, an organization based out of the northern part of Uganda. 14 years of doing community work around, and she's been promoted to the executive director spot, and therefore the vote came to us to have her on the show. You've just had the first part of the interview with Jennifer, where we're talking about who is Jennifer, what are you, growing up, what did you want to be, what was it like? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Jennifer and I will dive more into what excites her as we move towards the discussion about her role as a woman leader, not just a woman leader, taking over from a sport that is usually men, and moreover in the Catholic Church. What a story right there. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench, or this night or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are actually watching the program from, is Jennifer Okusia Erejo. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
First of all, let's talk about your name, the set of your names. One would think you hail from the eastern part of the country, where my friends who hail from that part keep saying that they come from the land of the wise men. The eastern part of Uganda is Teso. How did you acquire the name from Teso?
Actually, that name is not from Teso.
Yes.
But I always find, whenever I say I'm Okusia, people think I'm from Teso. And I always get people greeting me in the language.
Yes.
And all I could, respond maybe with the response, and that's it. But it's actually named from West Nile.
From West Nile.
From Arua.
Yeah. What does it mean, by the way?
It means because of woman.
Because of woman. Okusia?
Yes.
Wow. And Erejo?
Erejo is actually my husband's name.
Okay. Is he also from the West Nile?
Yes, he's from Arua.
So this is just a coincidence that both of you have the names from, the northern part and the eastern part of the country. But welcome back. So now we know that Okusia means it's because of a woman.
Oh, woman, yes.
Wow. Jennifer, what excites you right now that you are a new executive director of this new organization? Let's dive into it briefly.
Thank you. Before I became an executive director, I was working with an organization called Horizon 3000.
Yeah.
An Austrian organization for development cooperation. I was working for many years with them, at least 13 years, and in the area of programming, like project development. So it was an amazing work to see what people are doing, plan with them projects that have big impacts on lives. So projects on water and sanitation, agriculture, and so on. And Bosco Uganda was one of the partner organizations of Horizon 3000. I decided to leave. I was working in Kampala here, but I decided to go up north to the ground because I felt I needed to have better impact on the ground, kind of relate to the people on the ground and plan projects that actually transform lives. So what really is passionate for me is designing projects or interventions that really transform lives. And for an organization, of course, you're looking at ensuring their systems working, their structures. So I went to Bosco Uganda with the passion of supporting the organization to further grow, to look into their structures and systems and processes, and also to ensure that whatever we're doing to the communities will transform lives. Now, when you look at ICT, for instance, there's so much you can do beyond connectivity. If you look at the education sector right now, we have so many, my children have lost 2 years at home for staying at home.
Wow.
The lower level children, they have lost time. Now, what can you do? What can ICT do? What can you do to bridge the gap? And so we see that there is so much with ICT that we can actually do now to transform lives. I started from a rural school, and we had to sit national exams. With schools that have the privilege of power. We used that term. We used to use, this hurricane lamp. Yes. But you see the same national exams. But now with ICT, with government, things have changed. We now at least have connectivity, although not reaching to many rural places yet. with Bosco Uganda, I could see the opportunity of how ICT, you know, their work can transform lives. Not only, by the way, they don't only do ICT, we also have solar. We do solar installations. There is one school called John Paul II, a secondary school in Gulu, that received the 30 kilowatt solar energy in partnership with Accenture and the University of Notre Dame. And that has transformed that school completely. They were off-grid, but now they have power. It means the learning hours for students has increased, teachers able to access information on the net. Bosco Uganda also supports network, the intranet system, so you can build, you know, an intranet where you can collaborate. So we partnership, for instance, with UNICEF. They established Colibri. They worked on the Colibri content and helped schools to access that. So more than ever now, with ICT, what excites me is that you can actually have education materials available in a school or even in a center, in an ICT center. So what we want to do as Bosco Uganda, in those centers that are already established, for instance, have content there so that even students who are at home, those who go from, you know, the day scholars, secondary school, can go to the library, to the ICT centers, and get education material, whether it is videography or do some research in the centers in the rural areas, because all those centers are powered with solar. So even if they're not having access to the national grid, they can still run, you know, on solar, because we establish low-powered, you know, computers and with solar backup. So it excites me so much to see the opportunity of what we can do, even especially now that schools are closed, that children can still access materials from these ICT centers, from even one of our ICT centers in Badege, which is in the Gulu city. You come in there and actually you can do your online learnings from there. And for me, that is so exciting. That's only in ICT, in education. But when you look at health as well, so much can be done to digitalize the health sector and improve, you know, on services, service delivery. So I just want to say in summary that there is so much that I saw that Bosco Uganda could do beyond what they were doing, like connectivity, build up more content and have this available in the rural areas. Network the ICT centers so that every centers in the rural areas, from Pade, Gulu, Kitgum, you know, they have the content and people can work there, have internet access, but have an intranet system where you can get data. I mean, get information, content, rich content that you on biology, on physics, even on mathematics. So this is what really excites me. And besides that also, I think I love working with people and, as I said, transforming lives. I really want to see lives changed. Whatever we do, we must account for results, and starting from, say, the individual. If your program does not change lives.
Wow. Jennifer, we're going to go straight on that note to the leadership part of this interview. I mean, the program you're on, you know, focused on leadership, change management, and transformation. And you've touched a little bit there. So I want to go straight to leadership. Having heard you speak about what excites you in this new role that you are in right now, and it gives me an opportunity to ask a question. On the question of leadership, what is your understanding of true leadership, from self to leadership at family level, to leadership at community level, to leadership at where you are right now, which is organizational level?
All right.
What is your understanding of leadership?
First of all, I do believe that everyone is a leader. And we are leaders in different capacities, right from home. Even we see children take up leadership. As I said, when I was young, I was supporting my parents to, you know, bring income at home and also to care for the others. In an early age, just as soon as I finished my university and I got a job, I had to take over responsibility to support the siblings to also get education. All of them got degree. I was the first graduate in the family. And I do believe even at family levels, when you see the husband and wife, you know, they always believe men are the heads of the family. But we've seen so many women do so much in the family, and it's not recognized. Leadership for me is when you recognize that you have something to offer, when you recognize you have passion to do something, you can inspire others, and you actually are committed to what you do and to the values that you have. I think for me that is leadership. So the values that carry you right from your childhood to your workplace and even to the society. It's not about how good you speak, it's about the things that you do, the things that you say you will do, and do you actually do them? Do you inspire people to go to greater heights. And another thing I think in leadership is about the transformation. Are you able to leave people behind in a better way? And that is important.
Wow. Yeah. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju. I need to get that name correct. She's the executive director of Bosco Uganda. Bosco Uganda is an international, or rather a local organization that is going international from Uganda, based in northern part of Uganda. It's been there for 14 years. She's been nominated as our guest on the CEO bench today. And I think that those who nominated her surely had the reason for their vote to bring her to the CEO bench. And Jennifer, we want to say thank you, because the things you speak about are quite very serious stuff. I want to take you to the next question. On that note that you have now talked to us about what leadership is, your understanding of leadership, who is a leader to you, and are you one? If yes, what type of a leader are you, Jennifer?
I am a leader, and I think a transformational leader.
Yes.
In the mix with a democratic kind of leadership. But I think, as I said, leadership is what you, when you believe you can do something, you stand out.
Yes.
You know, you stand out and do something. Like, as I said, in the early ages as a youth, you find there is need for something. You mobilize solutions. That is leadership for me. Yeah. You, like right now in the organization, you're looking at how do I put up systems and structures that would help the organization to function even beyond my existence. That is a good trait of a leader. A leader has to raise up other people. You must be visionary. That is something that I think is in any good leader. You must have a vision. You must be able to see the future and work towards that. Set up some goals and be able to achieve that. And as I said, for me, it's so important that whatever we're doing has to have an impact on people. And we must account for results. So as a leader, you must set up plans, you must set up, you know, what you want to change and be able to account for that.
Wow. Jennifer, on that note, I want to take you straight to this question. So, we now know you said you're a transformational leader. What type of a leader are you, or will you be at Bosco Uganda, now that you're going in as the freshest executive director? Moreover, the first female in that organization, taking over from people who have a huge portfolio. I mean, I look at the person that you're taking over from, and I realize that it's not just a simple role that you're going to take, but you're actually taking over a role that requires you to transform that organization and give meaningful lives to those who work in that organization, as well as the communities in that area, and Uganda as a country. Okay, so what kind of a leader will you be at Bosco Uganda?
A leader that values people and their contributions. Also, I think a leader who looks at, I like to work with people who are committed. In whatever we do, we have got to be committed. It's not about the money, it's not about the status, but it's about what we do, a servant leadership. So being on the ground and doing actually the work. I just came from a study that we're doing in the West Nile in the health sector to understand the challenges so that we work on a digital solution in partnership with Accenture, that is supporting JICA and the Ministry of Health, to look around the digitalization and finding solutions that would help improve information, how do I say, data collection and analysis and decision taking to actually support informed decision taking. And I think that is something I was on the ground. I was driving to some of the locations, the health centers, to be there and see them. So it's not about directing people, but I was on the field with the team, understanding and leading them through the challenges. We had so many challenges, but we had to go through. So you lead by action and lead by example. So for me, it's about being very true. There are values that you cherish, that you carry. Issues around honesty. I'm a very honest person, and I love facts. I love facts. In my leadership, I'm looking at, you know, if you say we've done this, can we account for it? Are we truthful in what we say we have done? And can we actually prove that our activities make a difference? And can we distinguish what we're doing from other contribution and acknowledge what others are doing? So for me, accountability is very critical. Transparency in whatever we do is very, very important. And above all, how do I say, the values that we carry along, integrity, issues around the ethics. These are really very important. Wow. I want to see our interventions truly transform lives. Wow. If we're saying we're going to a school and support the school, what concretely can we get out? What can they say? Yeah. What change have we brought to that school? Yeah. You know, we would love to see people actually speak about that change. Yeah. And not for us to speak for them and say, we did this actually, but people should be able to, you see, you carry the people along. I would say actually, for whatever intervention you're doing, put the people in the driving seat. Yeah. So that the communities themselves are part of that intervention that you're coming up with. Wow. Even as an organization, you want to live, you want the organization to continue beyond you. Yeah. So you're setting up a legacy that, how do I say, future generations will remember because of the things you did. Wow. Not the things that you say you do, but actually what you did. Yes. So that is very important. That leadership should be accountable. Yeah. And you've got to be truthful. Yeah. You've got to be transparent in whatever you do. Yeah. And that is very, very important for me. So that's what I bring in Bosco. Wow. I want the truth. I would love that whatever we say we have done can be provable. If you want to check it out, check our work.
Wow.
So that is important.
Wow. We are talking to Jennifer Okusia, the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, right here on the CEO bench, and she's telling us about her leadership journey. Self-leadership for me is quite very important for a leader, and I think that Jennifer quite account for that effectively. And of course, we are talking to Jennifer about her role as the Executive Director at Bosco Uganda. Do you have a question for Jennifer? Do you see a lady who is on the rise to the top who is perfectly befitting of being on the CEO bench because she's a lady on the rise to the top? And we're going to take a break, but just before we take a break, Jennifer, I want to ask you one more question to, you know, sum up the leadership part, and then we'll come back and talk about change management and particularly the things that you want to do or you're going to do at Bosco Uganda. And my question on the leadership, to sum it up, is basically about what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level? Most people don't understand leadership at personal level. They don't know how to separate the two. They are stuck in one place, don't know what to move and how to move, but yet we're seeing Jennifer moving from one place to the next. And what is your understanding of leadership at the family level? Most people think that if you're personally very effective as a leader, you are going to be effective at the family level. And that is not true. Sometimes the family dynamics is different because it can break you down. For example, if you decide to go and there's a problem between you and Mr. Reggio today and there's no understanding between the two of you, chances are that if personal effectiveness as a leader is not going to be seen at Bosco Uganda. How? What is your understanding of that? And we want to know, what is your understanding of leadership at a society level? There are dynamics that needs to be managed at that point. There are things that a leader needs to look at that point. You've talked about the quantifiable, justifiable, measurable metrics of a leader, that the impact should be seen. But we want to dive straight to understand, what is your understanding of that, as well as at the corporational level, which is where you are right now, and at the national level. There are dynamics that play in as you talk about transformation. Can you share and shed more light on that one?
Okay, thank you very much. At a personal level, I think it is, for me, it is again the values that you have and carrying those values with you. For instance, now I have raised up children, not only my own children, I've raised quite a number of children. Yeah. I'm here for work, I've been out for a month, and they're managing. My children are managing, the elder ones are able to manage the younger ones without any issues. Young girls who are raised up right now and so assertive, they are so, I mean, I have no doubt about their capabilities. They're taking care of the little ones for about 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, even in my absence. I think that's already an evidence of good leadership at the family level. Yes. Because for me, it's so important to impart values in people. And I see this in my children. I see this in the children, even those I've adopted. And they are carrying themselves with grace. You look at them and you see in schools, the feedback you get from the teachers about those girls, amazing. So these are young children, young youth who are already even taking responsibilities of mothers. They are caring for others. They are able to self-organize the families. Even in the absence, my absence at home. You know, a month away from home and everything is okay. That shows you that even at personal level, there is leadership. of course, at family, you have the husband and the wife.
Yes,
and
yes,
sometimes
yes.
the wife is very strong and vocal,
Yes.
and the husband is a bit timid.
Yes.
But I think it's about understanding. And I am not really the kind of feminist people, like, you know, all these stereotypes about women and men. I really do believe about equity. You know, fairness in whatever we do, whether it's because of race or gender or religion. We've got to be fair to each other, and we want to see women and men, you know, receive equitable treatment. At the level of leadership at the organization, you want fairness, even for pay, you know, to female employees or male employees. Look at the competence of your people, look at the commitment of the people. It shouldn't be about because it's a woman or a man. For me, leadership is the character that you bring in, and it can be natural. You can harness the leadership as you go on. I can't say I'm an excellent CEO. You know, I am still starting. But I do believe in the values that will take me to where I want to be. The vision that I have for the organization, you know, and being able to have the right networks, associating with people who have similar understanding of what they want to do, even in the society, and that's it. At society level, we look at how to go with the communities. It's so important that whatever we do, communities own it. So you do not want to be, how do I say, a big talker and never an implementer. And that is why you see sometimes people who you hold very highly at a higher level because they hold very important positions. But when you get to know them personally, you're very disappointed because there seems to be a mismatch in the values that they carry right from home and there. So outside they may look so good, but internally at home they're having other kind of values. So for me, a leader, whether you are seen or not seen, are you doing the right thing? As a leader, you've got to do the right thing. You do the right thing whether people appreciate it or not. Take the tough decisions, even when others are not happy. But most important for me at organization, legacy, it is being able to raise other people and let other people, if you've left, if you are, I mean, raise other people so that when you go, there is no gap. You
and
get
Jennifer's
it.
left.
Yes, and everybody collapses.
Then everybody collapses, yes.
That is very important. You must carry people along. Give the people opportunity, give them higher tasks so that you're building up capabilities within your people. Give them tasks. Move to higher levels so that when you go, you don't hold on. I've seen that challenge sometimes with organizations when the people hold on and they don't give you the chance to be what you want to be. You have conflicted visions. It's so important because even leadership at the board level, how are you aligning yourself with the CEO to ensure that the systems that you're putting in place are working, putting in structures, and moving beyond an individual, how do I say it? Is it a structure?
Yes.
You know, the organizations that depend on individuals.
Yes.
It's very dangerous because it will collapse. It should be building systems and structures and internal processes that will help a system to function even without you. And that's what I stand for, and that's what I really believe on.
Wow.
And if I had the opportunity to get additional funding, I think there's so much that we can do. From what we've been doing in the study and seeing the gaps that are there, very sad. I have moved to the communities in the West Nile, nearly most of the districts, 12 districts of West Nile, and I have seen the challenges that women face, men face, from infrastructure issues in the health centers. They're very inadequate. I've looked at, you see you have a health center too, and by structure they're not supposed to offer deliveries. It's OPD. But some of the health centers are located in a very distant place. They are the oldest health center in the radius of 10 kilometers or even 20. And people need services, they need health services. So when you see mothers are dying, it's because there's a gap in leadership. What can we do to ensure that we build up institutions, we build up structures, we build up systems that will meet the needs of our people, and that is very important. So whatever interventions we do, we've got to ensure that these are able to transform lives. So if I'm in the health sector, what can I do to change lives?
Wow. We're talking to Jennifer Okosia Erejo. I think is a very powerful woman. While set with all our goals, ready to go and conquer the world at Bosco, Uganda. This is not Bosco the Katala of the city of Kampala. This is Bosco the Katala of the city of the community in northern part of Uganda. We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench. It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila and welcome back from that break. In the studio with me is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, an organization that deals in ICT management in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. 14 years of existence. And of course, the executive director, the new executive director, the female taking over from a man in a Catholic organization is not an easy place to be. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you were talking so much about you know, leadership and change management, leadership and transformation, leadership and the things that excite you and the things that you're going to do. I want to take you straight, Jennifer. Change management is our next part of the show, and then we'll go to transformation as we close the show. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out from an organization? That's one. And how do you communicate it as well as manage the expectations to where you're going? Like right now, you've left an organization, you're going to Bosco, Uganda. All right? Mm-hmm. Your next address is there. How do you manage to tell people you're leaving where you've been for 13 years? And then how do you manage the expectations of where you're going, where you're going to start another journey, most probably another 13 years? And not everyone finds this very easy. Not everyone is able to leave their job to move. Most people are stuck in one place and they're wondering what to do and how to go about it. They don't even know. But yet we see you and we have you here on the CEO bench as the next executive director of Bosco Uganda. What is your understanding of change management in that regard, in that context?
Well, that's a broad theme. I don't know where to start from, but I think change management is like managing change. Yes. So you kind of, whether it's at a personal level or an organization level, you want to, there's something that you want to change. So for me, it is about, first of all, understanding where you are, and then defining what kind of change you want to see. I can give an example. For instance, for programs, when you are designing a program, it is so critical to understand where you are. Like what we're doing now in an effort and in a wonderful partnership with Accenture, working together with JICA, the Ministry of Health, is to study what is happening in the health sector and seeing what changes are going to be possible. One of the things that we found in our study, for instance, is that a lot of data is being collected, like every month, every day, the health workers, especially level 3s, because we're studying level 2 and 3s. There's so much data being recorded every day. If you walk to a rural health center, 2 or 3, you'll find the workers very busy. They are not only seeing patients, but they have to record data every single day. But what is the challenge with that is that at the end of the month, they must submit the report, so they don't even have the time to do analysis. And in order to make change possible, you need to use also technology. You need to change from a manual system to a system that is going to help you do analysis and be able to make an informed, timely, real-time decision. So what we're doing now, for instance, now, in that, I'm just giving an example of a health center. There's going to be, we visualize a lot of change going to happen. That even at a clinical officer will be able to do, start building up their management capabilities. They are going to start analyzing the data, understand why some kind of diseases, you know, why malaria cases are going up, and not wait for feedback three months later from the district. They are able to look at the performance of the workers. They are able to understand how to even allocate resources and a number of things like that. So for change to happen, you've got to understand where are you and where do you want to go, and then set up a strategy to go. When I left the previous organization, they have never fallen back and, you know, said, where are you? And, you know, you build systems. You make sure that you're documenting what you're doing so that there is no gap in knowledge. So for me, knowledge management is very critical. So even when people leave an organization, you must leave it in a way that is professional. I've seen organizations where people just, tomorrow they disappear, they're not there. That is a bad practice. Change is inevitable. And it must happen because of the changes in the world that we are seeing in terms of technology, in terms of, you know, the circumstances we're in. It's so important that you continuously monitor the environment, whether it is internal or external, and see how to overcome, especially the negative shocks that may come through maybe change of policy. COVID has happened, and people have been, those who didn't want to change, who didn't want to learn computer, have no choice now. Now, they are going to struggle because they missed opportunities to adopt to the change that is happening. So managing change for me is looking within an organization and seeing what has to change. For instance, the organization culture. If you find a culture of, not only you talk about laissez-faire leadership, but there's also laissez-faire kind of behaviors among staff. You find where you have people leave their coats on the seats. You're waiting for an officer, it is his coat there. It's a Monday. It's a Friday, they are gone. So you know you're seeing cultures, you're seeing behaviors which need to be changed. Through the values that you must bring into an organization. So you realize you must set up systems, and you must be tough about some of the changes. Sometimes it doesn't go well for you, but you have to do the right thing. Because if you want to move from here to there, you must have a clear vision, and you must have clear strategies on how to reach there, including punitive measures. It's very important. So for me, in an organization, for instance, to change the culture, it's a big one. Change that culture of where people come at 10 a.m. and they leave at 3. Or people come early and they're actually not doing anything. So a change process could be having a result-based system where you account for results. And you may not like it. But what do? That is what you want to see. You want to be honest, you want to be accountable, you want to account for results, you want to see impact, you want to see changes in people's lives. So that means you've got to do something that even is unpopular, but for the right cause. So for me, managing change is not very easy. You may get the struggles, like your vision may conflict with others. But what do? You stand to what you do. And if you find that, for instance, the values are conflicting with what is there, you can't change something. Move on. Because why would you change your values if you find, for instance, the things that you cherish, and I talk about values, and you're not getting the opportunity to be what you want to be, you go. In leadership, sometimes there are many people I know who are stuck because they feel the name of the organization is what, is popular. There could be good leaders out there, but they are stuck because of reputation of the organization. Yet the world is waiting to see them.
They have actually outgrown this space.
They have outgrown the space. They are so afraid of change. I am not afraid of change. I move, even if it means taking risks, but for the right reasons, once you check your intentions are right, and you feel you can make a contribution somewhere.
Correct.
It is good to lose something, but you gain it along the way. So for me, that change has to be well thought. What is it I want to change? How does that resonate around my values? How does it help me? For instance, it was so helpful for me to have more time with my children, which was very difficult in Kampala now because, traffic jam. You lose 6 hours in traffic. You reach home when the kids are sleeping, you leave when they're sleeping. As a mother, for me, that was not something that, it was already conflicting with my values. I had to do something to make sure that I am able to be busy as a CEO, as an ED in work, but still knowing what is going on in my home and making sure that the children are growing up with values, that when you come to my home, you're not embarrassed by what you see there. So balancing, as a woman, it's so tricky, balancing between leadership in the office and even at home. It's not easy, but it is possible to achieve it. So I see many women held behind because they're also afraid. Maybe their husbands are not encouraging them to do what they want to do. And life is to be lived once. You, as an individual in this world, have been put for a purpose here. And once you understand that you are, an ambassador in this world, and you have a purpose to fulfill in this world, you're not afraid of even what your husband may say. He will catch along the vision as you go. But you move. And along the way, he'll say you took the right decision. So I really encourage people out there that sometimes change is inevitable. You've got to change. And sometimes people insist on holding on when everything is falling apart. You're going to fall eventually. Because it's like an ice. You have an ice and there is sun. Slowly it is melting away, but you're still holding on. You remain and fall. So you need to take the change and move. Sometimes it's a tough decision, but you must move the change. You must act so that you reach where you want to reach. Because the vision that you had before, this is how many years now back. Align it to the context today. Align it to the challenges and opportunities that you see today, like with COVID now. There's so much that we can do. Yes, there is a problem, but for every problem, there is a solution. So you have got to change some of the you know, your activities, your actions in order to bring that positive change that you want to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. She is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, and I can tell you the nominations were not in vain. She is really fit for where she's going. Jennifer, we want to just encourage people to send in their, you know, kisses and disses coming. If Jennifer is doing well, kiss us. If she's not doing well, please diss us. We're okay. We will be able to, you know, respond to you. And please set your questions ready for Jennifer. We'll be able to try and pick a couple of 2 or 3 questions coming from all the viewers all out there and all across the world onto this topic of the CEO bench and leadership, change management, and transformation. Jennifer, let me drive you to a very specific part of the show, which is, you know, closing change management, going to transformation, as it is here on the show. When you speak with a lot of passion, you speak with a lot of energy, you speak with a lot of, you know, drive and self-motivation. How does it feel to be leading an organization at the forefront of digital technology and connectivity founded by the Catholic Church? And of course, the Accenture, as we know, as a young mother from Uganda, from a young girl from Arua, with all the background you've given, how does it feel like to be now at the forefront of this organization that usually are led by men, not women?
It feels great.
Yeah.
It feels great because there's so much we can do today
with
technology, with ICT, to transform lives, to transform even business operations, to transform organizations. We've seen many organizations struggling. You know, the cost of internet is still very, very expensive, very, very high for many people. You know, it's not affordable with the commercial networks. It's quite expensive. So Bosco Uganda gives support to organizations that actually aids their work. They get it at a very, very low cost. It is really actually free, especially like the Archdiocese, the Archbishop. He's supported, he's our father, and he's supported to even live stream. And he's reaching out to the people in this period where there's a lockdown and you can't even go to church anymore. So we're seeing radio stations in the region who are broadcasting using our, you know, our platform live to the audiences. So we're supporting other institutions to even achieve their missions and their visions, you know, their goals. That is something beautiful that Bosco Uganda is doing. And we thank actually NITAU, we thank UCC that supported a community network organization like Bosco Uganda to exist. You know, completely not-for-profit organization that looks at communities and sees how to, you know, to end the digital isolation for many people. You know, we have wireless network in an office. People can access, you know, internet from wherever they are with the hotspots and be able to work. That is something that Bosco Uganda, I just love the organization because they were seeing very far. They had very good insight. The founders had such beautiful vision of the future, way before, you know, this technology was even here. So for me, it's something that is beautiful. The potential of what we can do is amazing. For instance, if we go to a health center now and digitalize data so that they no longer have to spend time writing long notes, you know, in the registers. You feel Jennifer, your age, your sex, and so on and so forth. You know, these registers are so many. There's even no store for keeping the register. Digitalize that information so that you're able to even trace who is coming to the facility, improve diagnosis, improve care, so that the doctors, the nurses are able to see who came in. I have been privileged through, I think, working with an international organization to attend medical care in a private hospital. And I saw from the triage, a system where you walk in, the doctor already has your record before you even come in. But in this manual system, you are going to start telling your story again. So with technology, the potential of even improving health service delivery is amazing. You can, for instance, we've seen some partners do, for instance, something on addressing mortality rates, you know, death among children, that is like say under 1 year, using technology. The doctor is able to monitor the health of the children and even improve diagnosis. So with technology, there is so much that we can do. We can have students studying from home. Many schools now are doing virtual. If you see the schools in the northern region, many of them are very rural. They don't have power. They don't have even a single computer. Many schools don't have a computer. So as Bosco Uganda, coming in and providing them with computer, providing them a network system, an intranet system within the school system so that there are networks, the students can go learn basic computer skills. We are building up leaders, we're building up Ugandans who are digitally literate. Yeah. And these people are going to be able to do their own coursework. For us, we learned computer in the university. We didn't. I learned it at university. I was lucky. Yeah. A cousin of mine told me, you need to go and learn computer. In 2 weeks, I was able to learn, and I took off. Yeah. That, how do I say, just a little support as good as giving people basic skills sets them to move and discover themselves. Yeah. So now with internet connection, what can they not do? Students are we're going to still, how do I say, improve education, the quality of education. We see the possibility of even schools across, networking, say a rural school partnering with a Kampala school, or that is having teachers being able to broadcast and exchange materials online. Yeah. And we're going to carry the same vision because we want to see our citizens better. Yeah. So with Bosco Uganda, there's so much opportunity we have available to support education, health, even agriculture. Yeah. We've seen people use the apps to, to study the health of your farm. Yes. So use technology to develop. And that's why I love what we're doing, because I bring in the aspect of development. I'm not a technician, but I tell them if people do not understand and use it, then it is useless. It has got to make a difference in the lives of the people. It's not about knowing, like now, you may not even know what comes into the camera, how it is, but you must know how to operate it and use it for something good. So we see technology bridging up with whatever we want to, the gap that we have in the sector, and what kind of solutions can we design to using the technology to take people, leapfrog people to another level. Yeah. We can actually catch up in this period of COVID, the losses through technology, and that is possible. So Bosco Uganda having community networks, having ICTs, 54 ICT centers, these need to be strengthened. We need to see, I want to see, how do I say, when anyone walks into the center, even women, go there and find a content, say for instance, how to make cakes, bakery and so on. Yeah. Learn it from the ICT center, go home and do it, start a business. Wow. These are possibilities you can do with technology.
And this is what you are
This is the vision.
This is what you want to take into
Thank you. This is what I want to bring, increased content, have content available, relevant content that is going to transform lives. I have learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use it technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Yeah. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of, of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world and take them away from their small world. Yeah. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that can
see what you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you have for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time is being fast spent, but I want to take you to a more specific questions on faith-based. You are going into what we call a faith-based organization, and started by church as a church installation and the Catholic faith. What does faith, hope, inspiration, confidence, and success mean to you as a person? First of all, as a leader, as a person going in there as an executive director, especially in the light of consequences and effects of the pandemic COVID-19?
I can quickly say that faith is what has made me today, and hope. When you have those challenges, some people have taken shortcuts and they are far. Some are gone, they are dead because of the decisions they took. But having faith in God, prayer is so important. For young people out there, I really tell them, my girls know that, even my little children, 2-year-old, praise. They all pray. They're learning how to pray. I'm building that foundation in them. They learn. I self-learned how to do these things. But I have made sure that for myself, my family is a prayerful family. these are values that they cherish. You know, the children pray. They pray for me. You hear them pray, God bless mommy. Yeah. Many of the things that I'm getting, you know, God answers the prayers of little children. So faith for me from childhood was so critical. Faith, hope. You know, it makes you believe in possibilities beyond where you are. You see things and you actually affirm things. Like poverty, I said, poverty, I must kick it out of the family. I said, my family, I'll be the first graduate. My siblings will not, how do I say, will not remain uneducated, because I believe very much that with God all things are possible. So for me, at an individual level, this faith has brought me so far with the values that I cherish today, of honesty, hard work, how do I say, trustworthy, how do I say, transparency and so on. So these things guide me, and this came for me from the church. Being an active Christian, a Catholic, I am a Catholic, but I'm very, how do I say, I love God, and I can do nothing without him. I really do believe that the values that we have, the challenges we have, if you don't have God, you get swayed away. You get into the popularity thing, and before you know it, you're gone. But when you stick to your God, he never fails you. He actually comes through. And every time I had a challenge, there was always, he just made a way. God truly makes a way where there seems to be no way. And being in the Catholic Church, I really want to see that we're supporting not only the church, but it's an organization that reaches out to regardless of faith. We've established ICT centers in mosques, in Muslims schools. And that is important for us, because you're looking at humanity. With faith is, you look at the human aspect of people. And you, regardless of race, religion, gender, you know, sex, you're looking at the human person, and you want, what you want for yourself should be the same for others. Selfishness does not help us. I really do believe that there is more blessing in giving than in receiving. There is more blessing in giving than receiving. So I have seen people like Peter Nyeko, and he's a giver. I wouldn't be here without some people like him. What he's going to work on and what we are going to build together, working on to support health centers now have energy, 1.5 kilowatt energy in health center 2s and 3s. That is going to transform lives. Because I think these are some of the values that we commonly share, that we want to see people's lives change. We want to improve, you know, access. We want to provide an ambulance to people so that they transport mothers who are pregnant to facilities, help those facilities people do better with their lives. So for me, faith at a personal level, it's driving me to the organization. And even as I move out, it's so critical for me. I just want to see, be, how do I say, that light, the light of Christ that shines. And that for me is a big thing. Be the light, bring light where there's darkness. Give hope for other people. Let them see that you can, they're where they are now, they will also be somebody at some time. You don't have to be a perfect leader, but if you have the values and if you cherish the things that you do, the sky is the limit.
Wow. Jennifer, Uganda has a very interesting number of people. I want to localize this and bring it down to the African context. The African continent have a diversity of many people thinking in a different perspective altogether. The attitude and perception of people are very different. But bring it down here at home in Uganda, particularly most Ugandans, or Uganda is mostly you know, a country that is friendly to many people, likes to receive as many people as possible. And in recent times, or in recent years, we've seen Uganda as, you know, a country that receives as many refugees as possible. But also pressure is beginning to build, in a sense that people are beginning to see that the space is going, and there's a lot of, you know, now small talks and, you know, brewing issues happening between the refugee communities and then the local indigenous people in this space. But yet, Uganda is one of the country in Africa that mostly rural and agricultural, you know, based. As a country, we are blessed with the soil, but we also host as more refugees as possible compared to most of the cities or countries across Africa, or even in the world. There's no country in the world that is hosting more refugees than Uganda. All right? And when you look at this, what is the biggest challenge in the rural and refugee hosting communities that you are inspired to transform through your work? We're getting into the transformation part of this program, the CEO Bench.
Thank you. Well, the challenges in the rural sector, in the rural areas, are just too many. As I said, I just came from doing a study in the West Nile, and I looked back at the roads, the road network, the distance from one facility to the next referral. You have a facility, and the next referral is, say, if you are in Madiokolo, they will tell you the next referral is Arua Hospital, 50 kilometers away. If you are a mother,
about to give birth,
in Lebanon, you failed. The labor has failed. You are as good as really gone, because there's no transport. Some districts have only one ambulance for the entire district, and if you call for the ambulance, it has taken someone to Mulago or to Lacho Hospital. That is so sad. So sad. So I looked at the women there and I said, they are really, I looked at them, I said, God bless the women. This is resilience. I mean, you're still able to give birth in a situation where you're not sure of medical care, and that is not easy. So refugees are coming in. I know there's some development coming in with partners coming to support, which is a great thing, that you have different partners, international partners, even the local organizations putting an effort to help, but there's still so much need. There's need to build up health centers, at least at a level 3. All centers should just start from level 3, where you're able to access maternal, delivery. But even beyond that, there has got to be, sincerely, there's got to be better hospitals. There's got to be better infrastructure, so that in case, cesarean section, I look at those people and I say, my goodness me, what happens when you fail to deliver? To take you, and there's no even vehicle, to 50 kilometers away. The road is so bad, if it rains, a small car cannot pass. Even an X-ray cannot drive on some of those roads. It is terrible. So as we receive even more refugees, especially West Nile that has accommodated so many, there's still so much need on the ground that we need to just do proper planning. I really do believe resources are available. It's how you plan the resources. Prioritizing, ensuring that we build up structures that are adequate. OPD sections are very small. We've seen patients come in an OPD so small. It's the same place where they dispense drugs. So you are talking about social distance of 2 meters apart. It's not possible. They are ill-equipped. There are no housing for nurses. These nurses are working day and night. They need adequate motivation. They need to be paid well. And there is need really to increase the budget for the health sector. But above all, leadership is important even at those levels, not only at the district, but even at the facility level, to get people to work, but also to be able to support people to do their work. Because these are people who have children. I look at myself as a mother. If an organization does not facilitate their staff adequately, that's why you have many cases of corruption. Because sometimes organization thinks you must give a voluntary service. It's not possible. And this compromises, some people will not manage to, hardship, and they end up falling apart on their values. So the international community has to continue supporting, but also we want to see government do better in terms of planning the resources and perhaps driving the demand from down up and not top down. There's got to be, because some of these health center tools are doing deliveries, yet they are not supposed to. But they have no choice because people come there, it's the only one nearby. So they need to immediately prioritize support to such kind of centers. So I'm really happy that with Mandulis, we are an Accenture, and we are rolling out a pilot study on digitalization that we're going to do to try to support health center 2s and 3s, which are the most needy. And we're going to provide 1.5 kilowatt solar energy in those facilities, because lighting is a problem. What we saw in nearly, I would say, 90% of the health centers, there's no reliable power. If they have solar, it is not reliable. The issues with batteries. So coming up with a system, that a power solution that is going to help the health centers, that means it will increase the work time for them, but also introducing like computers. We will train health workers on the basic skills and on how to digitalize data, so that it takes away the burden of, the time lost in writing, so that they're able to give services to people, to the patients who come in the facility. So even digitalizing alone is going to reduce the workload. We believe it will reduce the workload. It will give more patient time. And I'm really looking at a time when health centers can have patient, how do I say, in those rural health centers, that you can actually, if you walked in as AD, your data is available and the doctor knows your previous record and is able to help to improve, diagnosis.
Reduce the time.
Leave alone that to even follow your history and able to support you, because with the manual system, it's impossible. If you come with your patient book, because in the villages, in those centers, you come with your exercise book where they write the prescriptions and everything. Tomorrow you leave it at home. You come with a new one. They will not remember. They will not remember. Or the rain has washed it. So there's no way they will remember that you had TB.
Yes.
You may come for malaria and actually you're a TB person. So how do you manage that? So we really want, using technology, that partners out there who have the technology, who can actually help to integrate the system so that you don't do a one standalone, that this is me, I do my own, and you have a museum, so many standalone, but integrated so that you really support the health sector. Because the challenges are many and we need concerted effort. That's why working in partnership is very important. And I really love partnership, the collaboration. So I'm really happy to work with Mandulis. I look at the future so bright that we shall support health centers. One aspect is digital, bringing in laptops with JICA support to help improve, the work in the facilities, but also bring energy, which is something great, and even transport that would help the community to be able to access medical services in emergencies. Like we have electric ambulances that Mandulis is working on, beautiful ideas. We need more people, more Ugandans to get out and do something that is going to transform lives. It's not about money. Many of the companies, by the way, if you go to those areas in West Nile, for the facilities that we sample, about 75 of them, network is a problem. You don't even have voice. You cannot call on MTN, you cannot call on Airtel. Airtel does quite better. They have really reached out in a wider coverage, but you can't even call. You can't call a health center. At the health center, you must find a spot to stand to call someone in the district. So you must go under some kind of tree, surely.
Climb and hunt.
I say, where is the corporate responsibility? Should it be about market-driven? But let's it be about the people. Reach the services to the community. So there is need for network, like we need intranet systems, we need internet access in those facilities so that you just at real time click and send the information to the district. Instead of somebody look for boda. They don't even have by their motorcycles. Right to the district just to take a report. How about just use technology, click away and it's at the district, I continue with my work. Now I lose 2 days to move from one health center to come to the district to give a report. 2 days would have done so much to help lives, save lives. So with technology alone, a click away, instant reports to the ministry, even up to Kampala. So there's need for partners to come in and work with Bosco Uganda, work with the existing partners on the ground to support technology rollout to the health center so that we improve on services by bringing technology closer, power, energy, and also for these companies, the MTN, Airtel, to really do something as a corporate responsibility, to really target the people and support connectivity so that we have access. We are happy with NITA, they're doing quite a lot, they have reached the highways, but on the ground, there is a gap. So there's need for partnership on how to bring that internet closer to the people so that we really support development of the rural areas in health, in education, in agriculture. Mention it. Technology is the way to go, and I'm glad to be with Bosco Uganda and to work with people who are willing to support such change, technology that is going to help transform lives.
Wow. Well, you're hearing, Jennifer Okusia Erejo talk about her journey as the new executive director, of Bosco Uganda. Again, this is not Bosco the Katara of the city of Kampala, okay? This is Bosco Uganda, the organization that looks after ICT in community, in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. I think they have been there for about 14 years. And for the first time, a lady is taking over the leadership role in there as an executive director, and she was nominated to be on the CEO bench. And Jennifer Okusia, as I am concerned, you are on a good roll to, being a good leader in that organization. They are blessed to have you. Jennifer, last question. Our time is fast spent, but I want to ask you my last question. Uganda has a vision 2040. We've talked about the vision 2040. We've discussed this over and over. The government has been talking about it. The people of Uganda have been talking about it. Just like any other country in the world, we must have a vision. So Uganda has a vision 2040. What hope do you have for Uganda as a woman taking over from Bosco Uganda at the moment, and Africa 2040? And how can we, each person, anywhere in Uganda, Africa, and the world be inspired to do things and join hands to, you know, help realize that vision for the country called Uganda?
Wow, those are many questions in one.
Yes.
But as a woman, as a mother,
Yes.
how do I say? I stand to reflect on myself as a woman.
Yes.
And what I want to, the change that I want to see in others.
Yes.
I want to be an image for women out there.
Yeah.
Who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better.
Yeah.
I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they're doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF, but the UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different, how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SAS, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see, so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail. So we need people to come together. We need young people out there not to think about money first, but think about what you're passionate about, what change you want to contribute to.
This is to what 2040.
Commit yourself towards that vision. Commit yourself towards digitalization. Commit yourself towards projects that make an impact. Government Uganda has great plans, but we all know always the challenge is the implementation. But if you are an institution, if you are the leader of an institution, and you have the resources, why not commit those resources to what it was intended to be? That's it. If all of us made that contribution honestly and account for what we do, we will have change in this country. We shall develop this country to the vision. So let's stop talking, but walking the talk. Let's put resources down, whether it's financial resources, it is time that you spend to work. Commit yourself to it. If it is finding the right staff to the organization, please find the right people, not because he's related to me or not, or he's from that tribe or other. Find competence, find committed people, work together and achieve what you want to achieve. That for me is very important. And we shall reach the vision 2040. So talking alone does not help us, but aligning what we say we want to do and actually measuring the changes. It is so important. Sometimes I get bored to hear 50 years ago, they still talk 50 years ago. What happened to the 5-year plan? Can you account for that one? Account for it. And please, let's be accountable, let's be truly honest and attribute our work to the changes that we see, the outcomes. Stop talking about impacts. Those are very far away because so many people are contributing with it. Measure the outcomes. Define the outcomes with the people that you want to change and trace that. Let the people be in the driving seat. I mean, let them also contribute towards the change. We stop dependency. Because I really do believe that there is resources. There are idle resources around us. But sometimes the difference is exposure. So what you have here, as you see, is not a resource. Out there, they're using it. You've seen people even eat all kinds of things. But for us, because we have the food, we don't. I'm just using that in terms of resources. If you have the resource, we need exposure. We need support in training, leadership, train us as leaders, support us in the work that we're doing, reach out to organizations that are doing a great work, support them, and build them. So that they're able to remain a going concern, they're able to build up, system structures, programs that will outlive the leadership of the organization. I think that is so important. Leaders When it's time to go, go. Stop hanging in. Your vision might have expired. Allow others to lead, and let them also try. Next 5 years, 10 years, and when you believe that you've done your part, let other people build, because as I said, change is inevitable, and new people can come in with new ideas. People need to embrace that change and catch the vision and move on, and that is so important.
Wow. Well, you've heard from Jennifer right there. Powerful woman taking over Bosco Uganda. You're truly blessed, and the community of the people in northern Uganda and Western Islands, you are really blessed. And to my people from Arua, I think you have, and people from the West Nile, you have a powerful host right there in Jennifer. Jennifer, your parting short question here. I mean, what is the most important thing that the viewers and the followers of the CEO bench that nominated you to come onto the program should take over from you today, or should know about Jennifer going forward, as we bring this show to a close, as your parting shot?
Jennifer is so passionate about...
I want you to look into the camera.
Oh, yeah. Jennifer is so passionate about transforming lives. She's a woman who holds the values of honesty, accountability, transparency, and that is what drives me, and that's what I want people to check me for. Am I doing what I say I want to do? As a leader, I must be an exemplary person, so I lead by example. So for me, it's about servant leadership. It's being on the forefront, working with your team to change the things that you want to change. So I'm happy and glad to have been given this opportunity. I want to thank our Archbishop of Gulu, a man that has worked tirelessly and doing so much to transform lives, supporting the institution to work together, effort towards inter-institutional collaboration, and I'm glad to be part of the team that is contributing towards ideas in the Archdiocese. For me as a Christian, I carry the Christian values, and I do believe so much that those values drive us and make us live the kingdom principle. So it's so important that actually we live our values, we work together, and we bring about the change that we really want to see, carrying the people along, actually putting the people in the driving seat. So I'm really happy that you gave me the opportunity to come here and, inspire someone out there, and to tell the young people there is hope for you. Young girls, do not rush into marriage, do not rush into relationships. It is a temporary solution, but it's going to cause you long-lasting problem. Focus on education. Challenges are there, but there's a solution to every problem. So stand up and fight on. Many people who are something today, had the option of, having a shortcut to, give up and, say me, Masao, I've reached the traffic light. It is red, I stop here. No, it always changes from red to yellow to green and yellow. So please, keep working hard. Set up your vision, set up the strategies, build systems, build structures, and build internal processes that will outlive your legacy. As a CEO, as an ED, for me, that is what I cherish. I really want to set up an organization, a system that can outlive my time, and that is so important. But it must impact the lives. I must be among those that are contributing towards the change, whatever sector it is, whether agriculture or health or education. Am I making an impact? Am I transforming lives? That's what I believe in.
Wow. Jennifer, thank you very much for coming to the show. Here, we always do this, and we say that we have to spread the love going forward. And to all of you guys, thank you very much for joining us on the CEO Bench today. The CEO Bench has come to an end. We've been talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju, who is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda. Check them out. Check Bosco Uganda online, www.boscouganda.com, and check them out, and you'll be able to, touch base with them. You'll be amazed. The CEO Bench will return next week, same time, same place. God bless, and stay focused on your leadership journey.
Amen.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
COVID was not expected by many people early last year, because I think when it was happening in the Western world, everyone, probably distance themselves.
Yeah, it was a Chinese problem.
Exactly. Some people would easily say that God was probably punishing those guys in Europe and the Western world generally.
Yeah.
But the situation changed rapidly, and it came down to our doorsteps here. It came down to Africa. It came down to Uganda, and we all know what happened.
It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it says, You and the Law. It's a program that seeks to explain the law to people in this country, demystify the different concepts of the law, make people understand what the law is, how it affects their lives, and really to ensure that we keep ourselves on the safe side of the law, because as you all know, ignorance of the law has never been and will never be a defense. So whether you're a teacher, whether you're a border rider, whether you're a doctor, whether you're a farmer, anything that you could be in your life, the law affects every aspect of our lives. So that's why we have this program to basically enable people to understand the law in its different formations and how it impacts on our lives. Today, we have a very interesting guest with us who will be helping us understand a couple of things about this program and the ideas that we are flaunting for you, the viewers of House of Talent Television. Our guest is a very outstanding and fairly young lawyer. He's a law lecturer. He's practiced law for the last 8+ years. He's taught law in different universities. He's been in leadership in this country, and he's best suited to steer this conversation today. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the one and only Emmanuel Elao. Emma, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the nice introduction.
In House of Talent, we always have to do the fist bump and we spread the love. Yeah, it's just our way of trying to survive in these COVID times, because we're told that we can't be touching ourselves and stuff like that. Yes. So Emma, I know that you do so many things in this country. You teach law, you practice law, you run a startup. So I thought perhaps we could start by having a sneak peek into the work that you do as a lawyer, as an innovator, just to set the ball rolling for us.
Yes. Thank you so much. Well, I do all the things that you have mentioned.
Yeah.
Been a lawyer for quite a while now, since 2014. Oh. So quite knowledgeable about the law now.
You're no longer a young lawyer?
No longer a young lawyer. I'm off that bracket.
Okay.
But of course, always willing to learn and contribute to the society in different ways, like you've stated. And so that includes also, as part of the pro bono work, to uplift people's understanding of the law, teach them what the law is, and this has been appreciated, in different squatters in this country, For example, last year, our organization, that is Legal Hub Uganda, won this LACON award. LACON, that's the Legal Aid Innovations Conference.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so we're the best, that was in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the work is much appreciated now.
You mentioned Legal Hub. I thought maybe you could spend a little bit of time to, understand, explain to us what Legal Hub is all about. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Legal Hub Uganda is a non-governmental organization.
Okay.
This organization was conceived as an idea around 2017 and registered as a company limited by guarantee. And we went on to register as a non-governmental organization in 2019. So since then, we have been contributing to this country in different ways, using the radios, visiting schools, going into the community in different ways. We have, for example, utilized radio stations in this country, several of them, and I believe people across this country have heard about Legal Hub Uganda and what we have been doing.
Yeah, I know that you also have a little bit of interest in innovations as an organization. Could you sort of try to shine a light on a couple of innovations that Legal Hub has been pushing across the country?
Yes, thank you. So one of our biggest innovations, to date has been the legal podcast.
Yeah.
So if you're very common on Facebook, on different platforms, you're able to see that we're doing a legal podcast. I believe we're the pioneer podcasters in this country, at least in the legal sense.
Okay.
So this podcast has been recognized by The Hill. The Hill is the Hague Institute, for innovations of law.
Yes,
So we competed, and we came out as the best innovators in 2019.
Okay.
And as a result, we also represented Uganda. We're among the 3 that represented Uganda at The Hague. That's in the Netherlands.
Very important milestones that you raised.
Exactly. So we're able to compete with the world, to showcase the world what we are all about, and things like that. And of course, we have kept the podcast running with support from different quarters of this world. So that's why I was saying earlier that we have been able to even win the LACON award.
Yeah, which is very big, especially for the country.
Yes,
because it's
yes, so
a national sort of system.
Exactly, and of course, every day we continue to innovate ways that we can reach, different people in this country. And our major interest is the last mile in this country. Yeah. And that's what keeps us, moving forward to ensure that the last person in this country understands the law.
Until we take the law to the last mile.
Exactly.
So that brings me sort of to this question around then you and the law, because clearly it seems to be a contribution to your mandate of taking to the law to the last mile.
Yes.
So you and the law, as a program that we're designing in partnership with the House of Talent Television, could you just sort of give us an idea what it's all about?
Yes, thank you. So again, because of our innovativeness, right? We have been able to be recognized by different people, and recently we were one of the winners, under the I4C challenge. That's Innovation for Change, So under that project, one of the things that we thought of was to bring the law to the TV audience, in this country. And again, I believe this is also pioneering in different ways, because other people simply discuss the law from the surface, So we want to unpack the law, to the TV audience. Because I believe the radio will be focusing more on the people in the last mile, But
the TV audience is a bit.
So if you come to Kampala, you realize that the majority of the people only listen to the radio in the morning when they're driving to work, and the evening when they're driving back home. And at that point, someone is a bit anxious, going to work and coming back. So they basically want to listen to music, So we want to see how we can take this television to their offices, to their homes, at their own convenience, So that's why this project comes up, And so we have designed a number of projects, a number of topics that we want to handle under this. So there'll be a COVID edition, but generally we'll be discussing other aspects of the law like you had rightly introduced.
Yeah. So I thought perhaps, I know you've sort of given us a sneak peek into the future, but I thought we could maybe start by revisiting, you mentioned COVID.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, why is it important to actually have a conversation around, COVID and the law? Because this is you and the law, and then suddenly you're talking about, COVID. Some because, COVID is a medical issue. Why are we discussing it in you and the law? You should be telling us about theft, you should be telling us about murder and things like that. So could you sort of try to give us that intersection?
Yes. Now that's a good question. First of all, COVID was not expected by many people early last year, because I think when it was happening in the Western world, everyone, probably distance themselves.
Yeah, it was a Chinese problem.
Exactly. Some people would easily say that God was probably punishing those guys in Europe and the Western world generally. But the situation changed rapidly, and it came down to our doorsteps here. It came down to Africa. It came down to Uganda, and we all know what happened. The country was closed down. Among the first times that the president had addressed the country, he reached a point where he closed the land, air, and all the borders basically in this country.
So basically,
So we're locked up. You couldn't
go
out.
No entrance, no exit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And alongside that, they curtailed our movement at some point. They said stay home. Workplaces were closed. People were staying home. I know that different kinds of problems occurred. Husbands and wives are staying indoors for 24 hours. So you can expect that there'll be domestic violence.
I would expect them to bond.
On the contrary, no. Because then you're seeing, you're confined to this house for 24 hours.
Yeah.
You're looking at each other. At least when you're working, you're able to go and cool off in case of any disagreements. So during that COVID period, and we're still of course in that period, there was a lot of domestic violence that was realized, for example. And that is a legal issue. People had mental issues. That's just a legal issue in some ways. Children stayed at home, and up to now as we speak, children are still at home, and so that means that their rights to to study, to education, which of course has its own technicalities, but that children are still at home and they are losing out so many months and years.
Then on Sundays and Fridays, people can't go to.
You can't go to church or to the mosque. That's also a legal issue. In the first lockdown in 2020, government had to step in and provide food, because people were no longer working. A majority of our people, especially here in Kampala, they live hand to mouth. So these people go to town, they work the money, go home with a kavera. Those caveras will no longer have coming, you know.
A kavera is a polythene bag, just
exactly.
in case some viewers may not understand. Yeah.
Yes. So that means that the right to, you know, to food, you know, was affected. You couldn't move. Your right to movement is affected. The government came up with regulations saying that, for example, you can't spit in public, you know. And indeed, those regulations are still here. If you spit in public, you're committing an offense, you know.
I wonder how many people know that.
Exactly. So COVID has impacted life in ways that we didn't imagine, you know.
Basically, there's been a close fusion between COVID and the law.
Exactly. And it appears this situation is not likely to change even after we recover from the pandemic. Because in some places you've heard them talking about COVID passports, you know.
Oh, yeah.
In Europe, in South Africa, yesterday I was seeing they're trying to introduce a COVID passport. So that means if you want to go to the market, you should show that you've been vaccinated, you know. So what is the implication of that on your daily life?
We'll pick on from there, because clearly I see that you've tried to marry, you know, COVID-19 and the law. So we'll pick on from there after the short break. Stay right here. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. Your right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom. your host. Today in studio, we hosting Mr. Emmanuel Elau, co-founder at Legal Hub Uganda. He's a practicing lawyer and a law lecturer. Basically to discuss and explain to us this whole show that we're premiering here, You and the Law, specifically the COVID edition. Before we went for a break, Emma was explaining to us how the law is married into the whole COVID-19 pandemic and the different interventions that have been put in place. I thought, Emma, we could pick on from there. So before the break, you sort of tried to make that explanation. So could you kindly, in a more sort of detailed manner, highlight the various human rights that you think have been affected by COVID-19? Yeah.
Well, thank you. There have been different rights that have been affected. We're talking about the right to education. We're talking about the right of movement. We're talking about the right to health, which has also been highlighted because of our, infrastructure.
Yeah, our preparedness for...
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think we have also seen the right to life, to an extent, also affected. People's rights to worship, people's rights to to marry at some point, because when it was suspended.
Yeah, you couldn't do a ceremony.
Yes, you couldn't do much. I think the people's rights also to earn a living, generally, which could be connected with the right to own property. It could be, one could make an argument that has also been affected.
Economic rights that
have been
severely affected.
Exactly.
So looking at the COVID edition of You and the Law that we're talking about today, what are the kind of topics that people should expect, the viewers of House of Talent Television should expect to be discussed on this show?
Okay, thank you. So, because of this whole idea, we have put together a couple of topics, 12 of them in particular, for purposes of this particular COVID edition.
So you just selected only 12?
12 topics, particularly. So those topics are going to touch on the law and human rights in Uganda. So we'll basically have a guest telling us about the different laws, the different rights that have been affected, because we're talking about human rights.
Yeah, sort of a broader picture.
A broader discussion. So you can expect a very interesting discussion around that. Two, we'll be talking about COVID-19 and access to justice in Uganda, because we know already that even without COVID, a great majority of people in this country were even struggling to access justice, and this is no news, You've heard of people talking about case backlog, access to courts of law, access to lawyers, If you look at the infrastructure in this country in terms of legal aid, I mean, it's a bit poor, Everybody looks at Law Society, but Law Society only has 22 legal aid clinics across this country. But how many districts do we have?
100 and something.
Exactly. So even before Corona, there was a problem. But now we want to discuss post-Corona. What exactly
in Corona?
In Corona, actually.
Yes, yeah.
What exactly is going on?
I think that's interesting, actually, even noting the fact that courts were actually closed as well during the lockdown. And I remember, I think lawyers were not essential workers.
No, they were not.
Yeah, so with all the fancy suits, at a certain point, a wheelbarrow pusher was more important than you.
We were relegated to another, Of course, there was this whole thing that lawyers at some point were made essential. But you see, it was technical because it was only a fee. You had to apply for a permit.
Yeah.
Each time you had a case.
Yeah.
But remember, if your client is arrested, because sometimes these things are not planned, considering how police operates. If your client is arrested, you have to apply for a permit that could take you a day or two.
Yeah.
And then the law, on the other hand, says that
48 hours.
48 hours, and then your client as well is entitled to see a lawyer upon arrest. So that also was affecting.
So imagine a lawyer running all the way from Nigeria to Chira Road Police.
Exactly.
Because they don't have a permit. Okay, yeah, any other sort of areas of discussion that we'll focus on?
So another interesting topic is COVID-19, gender and women's rights.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of gender
that
issues.
Sounds interesting already, yeah.
Exactly. There have been a lot of gender issues in this country as a result of this COVID. Domestic violence, women, beaten, and all sorts of things. And of course, we're not biasing this only to women. Of course, we're aware that there's some men who may have also fallen
victim,
you know. Only that, of course, you know that the men fear to come out, you know. So so it will be a bit of a general discussion, though of course with some bit of focus on women specifically. Another topic of interest is COVID-19 property and land rights, because as you're aware, while everyone else was busy, you know, with Corona things, some people were also busy scheming ways to evict them from their land, you know, because, you know, because courts were suspended, you know, if a guy wants to take over your land or to break down your house, you have no recourse to a court of law.
Interestingly, there was actually a directive issued by the Ministry of Lands suspending any forms of evictions and stuff like that in that period.
Yes.
But I think this being Uganda, some people were able to,
of course,
to bypass.
So you find that whereas they put out all the things, sometimes they're well-intentioned, that we do not want people to be evicted. But there'll be someone out there, you know, who can be able to...
Who can bypass.
Who can bypass. Imagine if they can demolish a church in this country. So you can only imagine what they can't do when...
the country is locked down.
When the country is locked down and there's just a piece of paper saying that don't evict people, you know. So that's one such topic. And then also we have COVID-19 and its impact on employment and labor rights in Uganda. You know, this is a very serious discussion, you know. We have had people lose jobs, you know. We have had people with reduced salaries, you know.
Salary cuts,
Salary cuts, you know. The teachers are out there, you know, they don't have jobs. Or even when they maintain their jobs on paper, the employers are telling them we can't pay you because children are at home.
Perhaps the other angle is that also we've had businesses closed down.
Businesses are also closing down.
Because it's always tempting to look at the employees only and forget that the employers are struggling.
Exactly. So we need to, so we'll be delving into the labor issues in this country. And then also, we'll be looking at the right to food, COVID-19, you know, and the right to food.
Yes, yes.
You know?
That's an interesting one, because I remember in the first lockdown, people were like, you know, I'd rather die of COVID than die of hunger in my house. So tell us about the right to food.
So that topic will also be discussed. As we all know, it's one of the rights which is internationally recognized. So we need to delve and try to understand what that right entails, you know. Does it mean that the government should bring food and put on your table, you know? Or government should create a conducive environment for you to be able to get food, you know? Like you've always had Paul saying that someone should be taught how to fish instead of being given what? Fish.
The only danger here is that the fish pond was closed because most of the earning places, you know, were shut down. But I think it will be an interesting discussion here to see, honestly, you know, like how this has been affected by COVID-19.
Exactly. Now, the other topic of discussion is going to be on civil liberties. You know, in this country.
Very big issue.
Very, very interesting as well, because we need to know whether you still have a right to worship, you know. Well, at least you can worship via television or via radios. Well, maybe some people are comfortable with that, but I'm sure a number of people are also uncomfortable with it.
I know the Christians believe in fellowship, in fellowshipping together. So
exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a case which has been filed at the Constitutional Court. You know, a group of pastors thinks that the continued locking of churches is unconstitutional, so they have gone to court. So that's one of the things, among other civil liberties, that we'll be talking about.
And again, talking about civil liberties, you know, these freedoms of expression and everything. Again, we've been struggling with this even before COVID.
Exactly.
So I think it will be interesting to see how COVID has, you know, either worsened or made the situation better.
Exactly, and you know, it got a bit confused with the politics at some stage.
Yeah, true.
And as you're aware, Facebook is still blocked in this country.
In this country,
And I don't think, I expect that you're not on Facebook.
and I think that sort of there's another interesting angle on the issue around civic space. Because I think we've also seen government of late, you know, taking interest in organizations that are doing work, you know, civil liberties. And I don't know if we can pull a connection between that and, and COVID-19.
Yes, so I believe that discussion is going to come up as well when that particular topic comes up.
Okay.
Yes. The other topic of interest is COVID-19 and the rights to health of people in this country.
I think that should be the first, actually. But okay, tell us about that,
Again, you've seen there's been a bit of litigation around these issues in the past, even before COVID.
Yeah, we saw people paying millions hundreds of millions, because you have a patient here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want 5 million, from you, for you to be in ICU for a day. How many people are going to be able to afford that, And what is government doing, to ensure that people should not be paying this much, So we'll be discussing that topic as well.
I think that's interesting because, again, there have been arguments that, there's been a lot of focus on COVID-19 and we're forgetting that malaria is still, a top killer disease where people are dealing with maternal health issues amidst COVID, and yet the government seems to be putting a lot of emphasis on COVID and neglecting the other issues we have in the country. Okay, this is another time, to go for a break. You're watching You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're hosting Advocate Emmanuel Elau to sort of unpack for us the COVID edition that we've been preparing for you in partnership with Legal Hub Uganda. So let's go for a break. We'll be right back. It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. Welcome. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and we're having Mr. Emmanuel Elau today, an advocate and law lecturer, to explain to us You and the Law and the intersection with COVID-19 in Uganda, which is a sort of a specific edition that House of Talent Television is going to be producing. So before we went for a break, you were highlighting on the topics that we're going to be discussing in this program. So I don't know if you still have some more to...
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. So the other topic we'll be discussing is going to be COVID-19 and disability rights in Uganda. Yeah. Because you'll understand that the disabled people have also suffered in different ways. Yeah. I will, on a lighter note, I will highlight one particular issue. When the president started giving those speeches of his,
or the weekly
updates, kind of. So what happens is, at first there wasn't an interpreter. I don't know whether there is one now.
It's been a while.
Yes. So there was a complaint that even the president's speeches were,
there was no sign language.
They were leaving those guys behind because the president is speaking, but they're not getting the information that he's saying. But I think there were some arrangements at some point to have a sign language.
I think the TV stations managed to sort of have an interpreter.
Yeah. So even with or without, even before COVID, disabled people are already facing challenges in terms of accessing so many other rights that they deserve in this country. Yeah. So COVID has only spoiled the situation. So we expect that that discussion is going to be topical as well, delving deeper into the matters to do with their rights. Yeah. The other issue of interest is COVID-19 and children's rights in Uganda. Yeah. Because as you're aware, children have also borne the brunt of this, of this situation. Yeah. Talk about domestic violence. Talk about the right to go to school.
I think when the police report, one of the reports showed an increase in defilement cases.
Defilement cases. Children are getting married off. At a terrific speed, and a majority of them may never actually go back to school. Yeah. Issues to do with child labor have also come in because now parents have said, you're sitting at home, please come and work for us. So we need to understand that what are the rights of a child in the context
amidst pandemic.
Exactly. Yeah. Now the other issue is COVID-19 and the rule of law in Uganda. Yeah. The rule of law, very, very important. Yeah. Because after when the lockdown was announced, they unleashed LDUs onto the streets. And we all know
LDUs are the local defense unit. It's a paramilitary outfit in the country. Yeah.
So I believe everyone has an experience, one way or the other. Either you've been a victim, or your relatives have been victims, or a neighbor somewhere.
No, I think the media did a good job, highlighting. Yes. Them chasing traders from downtown Kampala. Yes. And
So yeah, so people have in different ways interacted with LDUs. In fact, now it is a joke in the public that if you delay somewhere and curfew gets you, LDUs will teach you what time curfew ends.
Yeah, but I think the other interesting angle, perhaps talking about rule of law, there's been a lot of legislation around COVID.
Yes.
So I think it would be sort of interesting to see how the various laws that have been put in place are also going to have affected our rights as,
Yes, exactly. And also the process that those laws took to come into force.
Yes.
Because you could see the president going on national television, and coming up with all these kind of laws or rules or regulations of sorts, but with no legal backing. So you'd wake up the following that now the Minister of Health, who is mandated anyway, has come up with a statutory instrument. So those issues also need to be...
One of the, I think, for me, the most interesting thing was seeing if you interact with a police officer, they will tell you they were enforcing the presidential directives.
Exactly.
And some of us used to sort of tease them and say, you don't enforce that. There should be law. Yes, I think, very interesting area. Yeah.
Yeah. So that issue will be discussed ably. Yeah. And then the last issue of interest is COVID-19 and education in Uganda. That will be the last topic. But as you know, it's also a very, very important area because as we speak today, children are still at home. You have kids now who are 8 years, probably 7, but they have not stepped in nursery school yet.
They've started P1 for 3 years.
For 3 years. You have people who have been in campus for probably 2 to 3 years, who should have finished. So we need to be also discussing those issues to do with the education. But of course, again, when we talk about education, we need to understand it from the context of the law. Because it is not an absolute right. It can only be enforced up to a certain age. If you're above 18, for example, can you demand to study from your parents? So all those are things that will be discussed when we get into that topic. So basically those are the topics.
I think I like the education bit, especially when you mention the fact that children were left at home, but then the whole inequality in the education system is also perhaps something that needs to be exposed, because then I know there are those that were studying online.
Yes.
But I imagine my people in Bukedia, clearly, I think online is not even an option to, to explore.
Yeah.
It will be a good angle to also spin it from, that, from a rights, angle.
Exactly.
Okay, so Emma, this seems to be like a well, thought out, package. I know there are so many human rights issues that COVID-19 raises, perhaps beyond even the 12 topics that you highlighted here. In future, perhaps we'll get another chance to have a more detailed explanation on the other angles of COVID-19. So, talking about the COVID edition of You and the Law and the interesting topics you've highlighted. So, who basically, you don't have to drop the names, but I'm just wondering, so who are the guys going to be discussing this? Because clearly, it seems to be sort of a rich, you clearly need a rich lineup of people to able to explore this. What have you, done about this?
Exactly. So we're sort of putting up a team of different experts in the different areas of the law. So some of them you might know their faces. Some of them might be people who are working in the background but contributing seriously in issues to do with justice, rule of law, and the like in this country. So the topics will be assigned based on the areas of expertise of the different people. So just keep your fingers...
so where are they drawn from? Because is it private park? Is it academia? Is it... I don't know.
Well, they're drawn from different sectors. We have civil society actors, who will be coming in. We have private lawyers who will be coming in. Some of the prominent lawyers in this country coming to discuss the different topics. We have people from academia who will also be coming in. We also have people from the NGO sector. Well, they will be lawyers, but with a background of the NGO sector.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is going to give a different mix to this.
It's sort of, perspective.
Yeah. So you shouldn't expect that one person is going to sit here and discuss all these different topics, because there will be different people.
Okay. So as we come to the end of this, I thought maybe you could just give us a sneak peek into the show. So talking about how is it sort of structured? What are the issues that we're looking out? Of course, we know we're talking about COVID, the law and human rights. That's the overall. But how is this structured so that we're able to have a meaningful, conversation or an impactful discussion around this? Yeah.
Well, thank you. So, each of these topics is going to be packaged, in almost a similar manner, So we'll be starting with the foundational issues. For starters, If we say we're going to discuss the rights of children in this country, we do not want to attack it at a higher level. We want to start by making you to understand that who is a child, what are their general rights, or what are they entitled to as children, before we come to discussing how COVID has impacted on them, right?
You need to first understand what their rights are.
The very basic. So we want to demystify the law, essentially.
Oh, so basically you're living to the title, you and the law.
Yes. So we want to bring the law down to the common man, Okay. We want if a border like you had earlier on stated, listens or watches us on this program, to be able to associate, with the issues which are being discussed at his own level. Because I think the temptation for many people in the past when they discuss legal topics is to be, pompous with the words, which therefore ends up alienating
certain,
actually a great majority of those who should be, benefiting from this. So the only persons who will be understanding are probably lawyers or educated people who have the ability to pay a lawyer anyway. So we want to take it down.
Okay.
So that will be the foundational issues. Okay. Now next we'll be talking about marrying those foundational issues to the COVID experience. Yeah. How has COVID impacted? If children have these rights, how have they been impacted on by COVID? Okay. So after talking about the COVID experience and relating to the different rights,
so sort of pulling that connection.
Exactly. So after that, we'll be talking about we'll be looking to the future. What is it going to be like after COVID? Because for sure there are certain things which are not going to come back to normal. Different places are going to be left in a different way. Different people's lives have been impacted forever. Yeah. So we need to look into the future. Issues like, do we need a COVID passport, for example? Must you be forced to vaccinate so that you can access a COVID passport to fly out of this country? So those will be the different.
But I also think more importantly, perhaps, would be to reflect on if we got another COVID or a similar pandemic 5 years down the road, how do we prepare? I think there will be a lot of focus also on the lessons that we can pick from
exactly.
Because I think the interesting bit, I remember when COVID just came, they said, Uganda has had a good history of handling similar situations. We had Ebola, we had, I think, SARS, and they said, countries were benchmarking on Uganda. Yeah, so I think it would be interesting also to focus on what we can learn from our experience now and yes. how that can influence our preparedness. So we talk about human rights, Emma, generally. But I know that in the human rights spaces, there's a discussion around rights holders and duty bearers. And so I thought that, so normally they talk about duty bearers to be sort of the government side of things. So I'm wondering, at the broader level, what would we talk about as government's role, or in as far as the enforcement of human rights, even amidst pandemics like this? Yes. Yeah.
So I think there are three issues that should arise around that. There's an issue to do with the respect. There's an issue to do with protection. And then fulfillment of those rights. So Uganda is lauded across the world because we have some of the best laws in this country.
So it is said.
Yes, or at least it's said. We have a very good constitution. Of course, some parts may be a bit controversial, which we may not go into, but our laws are good to an extent. The other issue, which is failing us, is about the enforcement of those laws and those rights and respect of the same. Because now, if you have a right to, if you have civil liberties guaranteed, do you have someone else who is willing to respect, to protect, the same? The other day, I believe most of you saw videos of a chief magistrate in Imoroto, who was manhandled at a police station. Yeah. But I mean, this is part of the process to enforce these rights
it's part of the justice system.
Yes, in this country. So probably has gotten firsthand what a majority of other people are doing. What?
Go through.
Yeah. You know, so all the things are somehow connected one or the other.
Yeah. So Emma, thank you. As we come to the end of this show, what are like your parting shots now? What's your message for the viewers? You could look into the camera, you know, tell the viewers, you know, what to expect and stuff like that as you wrap this up.
Yes, thank you. So viewers, there's a lot to learn, you know, through this particular project. You know, we need you to find time, listen in, and learn the different aspects of the law, because the people who are going to break down these issues of the law are experts in their different fields, and you can expect to enrich, you know, your mind. You know, like they say, some people go elsewhere to enrich their bodies, you know, grow big and all that, but you should utilize this moment to grow your mind, you know, because like the host said earlier, ignorance of the law is no defense. So I hope that after this program or after these shows that are coming along, you'll be able to know that ignorance of the law is no defense, and you'll be better prepared to fight for your own rights. Thank you so much.
What a way to wrap it up. With this, viewers, we come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law. Like I said, this program is there for you. It's there to make you understand the law in its most basic form and how it affects your life. So I urge you to watch House of Talent Television and follow this program and learn the law and give us feedback on the comment section. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you want us to discuss. Because this program is bigger than COVID-19. We have a lot lined up outside this edition which focus on COVID-19. So with that, we come to the end of today's episode. It's a bye from us.
pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee, how we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can, like, at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account.
Coffee industry is very wide, it's very big, it's very full of opportunities. Don't sit there and say, I have nothing to do. You can join the industry. You can get whatever you want. If you give it time, invest in it. By giving it time, don't look for money, don't look for big salary at first. First learn. After learning, you'll get how much amount you need. In coffee industry, there's no like, barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple, very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee. You can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry. Yes.
Okay, so what is that process in coffee where you get to know which kind of disease is affecting a certain kind of coffee?
Okay, first is understanding them, is having regular talks with the extension workers, the researchers, and people who understand the diseases. A disease like coffee wilt disease, the most common, obvious symptom is dieback. Dieback is when your coffee dies from the head, that tip, it dies going down. Because coffee wilt disease is caused by fungi. Now the fungi will block nutrients and water from going up the tree.
Yeah.
That means the farthest is the one that is going to die.
Yeah.
The farthest will die and dies like that.
All the way down.
Die back. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the commonest disease. But coffee wilt disease that does not have obvious symptoms on the cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other diseases like red blister and then berry disease, they have obvious symptoms because they are specific to cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a few symptoms on the leaves. Coffee leaf rust, your coffee will rust, and this is important for Arabica farmers. The coffee will have some rust under the leaf. When you turn your leaf like this, you'll see a rust.
Yeah.
Just like rust. Yeah.
It's another great morning. Welcome to House of Talent TV. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. This is the Coffee Break show that happens every week. Wherever you are in the world, we're glad that you could join us today. Remember, we are live on our Facebook. You can go over to House of Talent Uganda on Facebook, or just go to our YouTube channel, House of Talent Uganda, live stream, and make sure to share this show far and wide with whoever is involved in the coffee industry. Or if you just know someone who's enthusiastic about coffee, let them know that the show is on, because we want to promote coffee in Uganda. Today in the house, I have a guest who has a wealth of experience. He has worked in Uganda, he has been to Kigali, he has worked all over East Africa doing coffee stuff, putting up coffee schools, and he is the MD, Managing Director of Volcano Coffee Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Gerald Katabazi, to the Coffee Break show for the first time. Gerald?
Yes.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
I know that we were supposed to do this show sometime way back, but you know, with life things come up, you know, and all of us get busy. But it's great to have you here today, and I know that we're going to have a very fruitful discussion. But perhaps before we get into, you know, the nitty-gritty of all these things, we just want to know, who is Gerald?
Okay.
I remember going through your bio and I'm wondering, you know, there's a lot of stuff, you know, that other people need to know. So who is Gerald?
Yeah, thank you so much, House of Talent and Emma, to host me. I know it's been a while, and you've really spent a lot of your time really chasing Gerald to come to the show. And this shows that the show itself has a direction to why you really have to tap really the entrepreneurs who are involved. Who is Gerald? Good question. He's a Ugandan coffee entrepreneur. Born from the coffee background. That's in Kasese. My story is a little bit inspiring. How I got into coffee. I was born in Kasese, Kilembe. Then Kasese is one of the districts that actually farms coffee. It's an origin of Arabica, stretching away from you know, areas of Goye, Mukonyi Mubuku, go to Wera, Kasindi. All these are coffee territories. Then while at school, during my holidays, I used to escape from my home, my parents. I got to Bakwanyi. Bakwanyi is actually one of the lead coffee exporters in the country, and he owns coffee stores in Kasese. So I used to go there to. No, when I used to pass by going to school, I would see women seated on the verandas, hand picking, sorting, grading coffee from the sacks. So I was so curious, deeply. I didn't know that it was the direction set by God that I will actually follow in the future. So I would go by, then ask them what's up. They tell me. So during my holidays, I developed passion, or I developed interest to know exactly what these people are doing. So I would spend my holidays away from school with these ladies. Now, time happened around 2000. We're talking about around 2003, 2002. My uncle picked me from Kasese, brought me to Kampala. So when he brought me to Kampala, Najana Nkombe, he owned a coffee. He owned a takeaway. He used to sell chips, chicken, beer, sodas, etc. So at that time, I was a young person, and then used of course, the establishment used to collect different types of people from all over. Yeah. So they would come for a beer, for chips, chicken, and I would serve them. So it happened like one of the customers was from UCDA. So eventually we tied up. We became buddies. Because I was very good at customer care, giving, smile. At a young age, you know what that means to a person who is into a government agency, an establishment like that. Yeah. So he would come every Friday to drink his beer and then eat chips. Yeah. So he one day gave me an invitation to visit him at his office. Then I went, and then we had a few discussions. I went back. So from there, happened to have a vacancy at UCDA. So they invited me like for a casual talk, and then we bonded. So from there it became story. So at UCDA, definitely there was a lot of engagements of the crop diagnostic steps, etc. So there's a lot of learning experiences. Yeah. So that's how I came into coffee.
That's an interesting story.
Yes, that's how I came into
most
coffee.
People just bump into coffee one day.
In addition to that, what followed from that spot? Yeah. Cafe Pap was opening. You know Cafe Pap Parliament Avenue? Yeah. Then when it was opening, I happened to pass by, and then I saw iron sheets, and then there was construction ongoing, etc. So when I went there, I asked the guard that what's going on. To be precise, that was 2004. Yeah. That was 2004. Then I asked the guard. He told me, no, there's a hotel. For him, he knew it was a hotel coming up in town. And there are people actually who are doing what? Doing interviews. Yeah. I picked interest, so I entered there. So I found Mr. Kojwang Isaiah, who actually is the general manager of Holiday Express Hotel at opposite Radio 1, doing interviews with a chef from Kenya called Robert Yose. So after one of the people that they were interviewing getting off from the interview room, I stepped in. I wasn't invited, I wasn't done one, but I stepped in.
Took opportunity.
Then, yes, I excused myself, greeted them. Yeah. After that, they asked me what's up. I'm like, I'm looking for a job. Have you worked anywhere? Yes, I worked with my uncles, take away Najana Nkombe. I can wash dishes, I can serve, that's all. Yeah. But then, as they always say, everything that is structured by God must happen. Yeah. So, they told me to go back home and compose myself. I come at 10 the following day. By 8 I was on the gates. So, and from there, I explained to them, and then they integrated me into their training program. Yeah. So that's how I got a job. So when I got, that was my first job in the coffee shop. So we opened up Cafe Pap. We were trained as baristas on site like that. Then we moved on, and I got a job as a waiter. Yeah. So as you know, the business went into different structure, dynamics, management, etc. And I was appointed as a supervisor, assistant. Then I went through structures like becoming a barista, assistant head barista. From there, Serena opened. Serena was transferring from Nile Hotel now to Serena. I applied as a barista, and a position that was not advertised. So when they called me, remember at Cafe Pap now I have an experience. I know what is a latte is, cappuccino, etc., mocha, what it means, and then bean management, quality issues like that. So at Serena, Madam Vicky, the one who was on the interview panel, was so confused to find my application is among the applicants to a job that was not what?
Advertised.
Yeah. So I met them. So they had nothing to me because they had not prepared for questionnaires for a barista.
For a barista, yes.
So instead, I was guiding them on how to compose the menu for Kampala Center Hotel, structure it, have issues done. Yeah. They were so impressed. So story short, Mr. Emma, I wasn't even taken through a number of questions regarding to interviews. Yeah. I was instead given an appointment on the following week on Monday to get a bus ticket to Nairobi, Serena Hotel, for exposure. For exposure. So I packed my pants, I packed my jackets, I packed everything. I bought a bus, that was Gateway. I went to my Nairobi Serena Hotel. I had a little bit experience. When I reached to Nairobi, I got more exposed. You know, the coffee industry in Kenya is really aggressive. Yeah. So, of course, as I was on the training program I was internally integrated into the training program of Nairobi Serena Hotel and externally integrated into Sidomans of Nairobi. You've heard about Sidomans coffee? Yeah. So at Sidomans, I was capturing lessons to do with roasting, cupping, the environment that is structured in coffee management. Then at Nairobi Hotel, Nairobi Serena Hotel, I was into brewing section. Yeah, so I combined two in one. Took me 2 months, we opened up Kampala Serena. I came back and then we opened up, so it's up. So I left a footprint at Kampala Serena. So in the same year, they were acquiring Kigali Serena Hotel. So it's how I was pushed to Kigali to go and reopen, because I have now a full-fledged connoisseur, and who is, creator. So my goal was to become the perfect person. And I really thank God that made me who I am, because I have consistently tried to push the perfection conduct within me by myself. So in Kigali, remember I was in Nairobi, I happened to meet one of the government officials, Mr. Arthur Karuletwe. So he connected me with me again in Nairobi, and in Kigali Serena Hotel. So he loved my cappuccinos, my lattes, my espressos. So we had one-on-one, and then he liked what I was doing. Then he actually worked hard to get me into the government of Rwanda. So that's how I ended up shifting from Serena Hotel, group of hotels East Africa, then to Rwandan government. So we did concepts, we did plans on how to structure the coffee industry of Rwanda. So I'm proud to say that I was one of the founders of the specialty coffee industry of Rwanda under Bourbon Coffee. So I stayed there for about 4 years. Then after that, I came back, starting Volcano Coffee in 2014. So Volcano Coffee was up. Now, what is Volcano Coffee, and what are we doing exactly?
Perhaps that's where
we're
going to go next.
Yes. So that's a brief I can give about who I am, my background, and the future. Yes.
Well, 2 things stand out to me. One is that you actually applied for a position that had not been advertised at all. And I think if you're watching out there, you might be wondering, how do I get into a job that I want? They didn't even advertise it. Take your chance. Apply for it. Get there. Who knows? you might end up schooling them on what needs to be done. Second thing that stood out to me is that you actually have your footprint all over East Africa.
Exactly.
I think if we went to any big coffee shop or any government and asked Gerald Katawa, they'll say, that man was here. And it's a very encouraging story, especially for all those who are getting into the coffee industry, the baristas and the roasters. And perhaps, before we go for a break, Volcano Coffee.
Volcano Coffee.
Having gotten all this experience from all these various places, how did you sit down one day and say, you know what, I want to branch into my own thing? What was the idea behind it?
Volcano Coffee, as I said, is a brand that is pioneering the coffee culture in Uganda with the best, latest brewing experiences. You see, largely you will find that in Uganda or in East Africa, but particularly in Uganda, because that's where the confusion is. Nairobi, Kenya is a little bit ahead of us. They're a little bit organized, set up. And this comes with, of course, the practitioners' mindsets. I will mention that people are now connected, and they're bonded because they have a vision and a mission. Of a case that is a little bit slow here, I'll hit that on that. I'll hit on that later. Then Kigali is also catching up with the trends. Well, it's a small community, but a little bit. You see, they are struggling, but they have a vision. They have a mission. Because as I speak, Rwandan coffee, is currently brewing across the globe. You go to London, you'll find a shop, you go and run and shop.
Yeah.
You go to Seattle, you'll find one. You go to Barcelona, you'll find one. Well, for Uganda, we are still at a stage of crafting a story. A story, I mean, we need a story. Because when we're talking of like Rwanda, and you hit the stores like in the US, because I've done research, I've been there, I've met the players. You definitely find like there's a story that is attached to the commodity. Kenya Double A is one of the best sellers. Yes, and yet you know where they source that coffee from. So, story for another day. Now, Volcano Coffee, we are largely into this as a social enterprise. Social enterprise, I mean that we are engaging people like Emma, like him, to have a story, to learn. Exactly. When you can walk into our shop, first thing, we're not into direct like, you need to do this and pay. No. Who are you and what are you interested into this? So that we first understand your mind. Then after understanding your mind, then we begin diagnosing your questions perfectly, aligned to exactly what you're looking for. So we're a social enterprise with interest in brewing, because we have shops, Kasesa and Mbale, and Kampala now. So we are taking experiences to the origins. That's one. Two, we're into roastery, because we are roasting coffee right now using the third wave roasting concepts. Unlike the traditional ones, whereby you have coffee collected anywhere, then brought it to the roastery, just put it into the drum, then expose it. No. For us, we first of all go into diagnostic stages. We analyze your bean. We give feedback. Is it suitable for this market or it's not? So you're able to do business confidently. You are able to do business or to give your target market a product that is going to be well sustainable. Because we don't need to go into business and then second time the customer tested this lot and it's totally different. So that doesn't make sense. So me as a player, I have to make sure that I take steps to guide who is coming to our roastery. So we're a social enterprise with an economic arm, doing brewing, doing roasting, giving experiences. That's all.
Interesting. Well, that is a really good concept, because most people just open up, let's say, a coffee shop or an organization just basically to make money.
To make money.
There is not much into it, but it's interesting to know that you have a vision and a goal. If you have just joined us, you're watching the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. With me in the studio is Mr. Gerald Katawazi, the only man I know who applied for a job that was not advertised, got the job, and schooled the people that employed him. He has left his footprint all over East Africa and is here today on the Coffee Break Show to leave another footprint. We'll take a break right now, but we'll be right back. This is House of Talent Television.
Coffee industry is very wide, it's very big, it's very full of opportunities. Don't sit there and say, I have nothing to do. You can join the industry. You can get whatever you want. If you give it time, invest in it. By giving it time, don't look for money, don't look for big salary at first. First learn. After learning, you'll get how much amount you need. Yeah. In coffee industry, there's no like, barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. Yeah. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. Yeah. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple, very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee. You can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Yeah. Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry. Yeah. Yes.
Let's put up the camera. Welcome back to House of Talent Television. This is the Coffee Break Show with me, Emmanuel. Remember, you can catch us live on our Facebook page, that's on House of Talent Uganda, or just go over to our YouTube at House of Talent Uganda live stream. Catch the show right now. Remember, you can share it far and wide, and perhaps just drop a comment there if you're enjoying the show. Let us know if there's something we need to improve. Let us know if you want to be on the show also. Let us know, we can get you here. In the house with me today though is Mr. Gerald Katabazi, who has been all over East Africa. He has worked for the Rwanda government. He has set up Volcano Coffee. He has worked for Cafe Java, started off at Cafe Pub, and is here with us today to put another footprint in the coffee industry and in the coffee value chain. Gerald, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Before we went, we're talking about where you began from, you know, in Kasese, coming all the way to Kampala, then moving to Kenya, going to Rwanda, then coming back
not only Rwanda, not only East Africa, because in 2019 I was in DC. I'd gone to study about markets, specialty markets, and dynamics and how commodities are moving globally. So I took 1 year then and I had to come back. So my objective was captured. But then, as I said, it's a mission I'm on because I'm trying to pioneer a new coffee culture that is structured and structured, I mean like is aligned to the global business dynamics, so that when someone reads Ugandan coffee, is able to really resonate it to its origin. So what do I mean? Like when we begin giving stories, there should be a reason, there should be a cause to why that coffee is moving places to, from Uganda to other such places. Destinations. Yes.
Okay. Speaking of the coffee culture, you've been around all these places, you know, going to even DC. What are the major differences you've seen in the coffee culture? And perhaps before we get there, how would you describe coffee culture? Then we'd move into the differences between the coffee culture and the different places you've worked in outside Uganda, and also the coffee culture within our own country.
Okay, I'll give you an overview on how the coffee culture in Uganda has been transformed or has been moving from a place to the other. We are talking of 10 years back experience where we had 2% as a coffee domestic consumption rate. And I'm glad to mention that we've really managed to move from 2% now to close to 10% in the space of 10 years. So that gives you a picture that the culture is catching up. However, there's still a lot of work to do. To do in terms of the larger coffee is exported. You're aware of that. And you know why, and you know, if you either way, you can tell, you know, the reason to why it is exported. And why it was coined as to be a cash crop. All these are crop. All these are measures to really make the crop get stuck, or the players or the farmers themselves gain nothing.
Yeah.
So it's a culture we want to begin building as young entrepreneurs in Uganda, that no, look, without exporting it, we can still consume this.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. I was in Istanbul in 2016. There was an exhibition. I had to go with the, collect the samples from different origins and then put them on a plane, roast a few beans, ground it, then have it on in a booth, customize my booth deck. Looked wow. But here comes a Danish guy who came to my booth, and then we had a one-on-one. He's like, what's up? I'm cool. Why here? I'm like, yes, I'm here to do business. I'm looking for buyers who can buy the product. So we went into numbers. Shockingly, the numbers were really valid, but not giving a proper explanation. This is how it came. He asked me the population back home. Then we are 38, 39, Ugandan population. Yeah. The number of people that forms up this nation. Yeah. Then we went into production. How many bags can you produce? Then we are like 3.7 or 3.5 million bags of coffee. Then when you convert and then have the figures really late, you find that 3.5 million bags of coffee against 40 million or 39 million of people, it's nothing. So it's like, why burning your ticket and accommodation, etc., to come in Istanbul, yet you have a market waiting? And indeed, it was really absolutely right. Because why should I really get bothered to export green raw material to European countries? Yet I'm looking at the number of 120 million East African population, of which these guys can consume my what? Your coffee. My product. Yeah. So when we're talking of developing up a culture, we need to restructure the industry itself. We need to know who is doing what. If Emma is into media, exposing the behaviors, people who are behind counters, who are behind roasting engines, people who are doing farming, what's the role of Gerard now? What's the role of the roaster guy? What's the role of the logistic guy who transports this coffee from the origins to the main roasters? And what's the role of the kappa who tests this coffee? What's the role of the marketer who is into marketing hotels? So all these guys must come together and then have a strategy, to a concrete strategy, to make things move. And this is how we must design a structure that is really categorized into 2 to 3 agents. We need the structure of farmers. A farmer's voice definitely will come with a voice and say, no, look, if you're a farmer X operating from Rwenzori region, you must meet these standards. Because I'm a roaster, and I'm a marketer, and I'm a broker, so I meet all these questions. Then a farmer from Elgon zone must meet these standards, because these are different angles, and they produce different types of exactly. So it's the same way I can say, I can give you an example of the breweries. You have a club beer and then have a bell beer. They totally taste different. So folks will either go for a club beer and others will go for a bell. There is a reason to why they are bonded to these brands. Same applies to an appellation center I'm talking about. So an appellation center customized into three areas or structures of farmers with a single voice. You get? They will say, no, today we're not going to export this coffee. And they put a bulkhead. And to happen, you see culture coming up. We have roasters who will say, no, the moisture content we want, we've set 11% of the moisture content of your bean should be into the drum. The 14 will be thrown out. You are building a culture. The bursar will say, no, you see the bean that has all these choky, these broken ones, these defects, etc., pest-connected beans, I don't want it into the grinder. You say culture building up. When you build those elements together, you're able now to have a consistently brewed product in the market. If I come to Hotel Millennium in Bukoto and have an espresso, same I should be expecting with Cafe Javas. So if we don't have those structured components within an industry, forget for now. And I'm talking from the point of experience. I'll give you an example just from here in the 5 hour plane to UAE. These guys are really doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
As we speak, as we still practice the first wave of coffee brewing experience, they're into third. Japan is into the fourth. So how are we going to advance to this?
Yeah, to catch up with them.
Catch up with them. So before you fight hard to catch up with them, you need to first align your mindset to better a culture.
True. Now, I like what you said in there, especially when it comes to the farmers. You know, the farmers are, you said, the way the structure is right now, okay, it puts the farmers down.
Yeah, definitely, they're into small clusters, smallholders.
And there's this new coffee law,
yeah,
perhaps, that we have to discuss. There's a famous person, I won't say the name, who said that this law is there basically to shut down the small-time players. Okay, what is your view on this? According to this law, you're supposed to register, you're supposed to be at a certain standard. Okay, perhaps with your experience.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Will this work for us or against us?
I'll give you. You see, I like giving views based on examples.
Yeah.
Colombia. You've heard about Colombia. This is now South America.
South America, yes.
We have Colombia. We have Costa Rica. We have Brazil.
Yeah.
Vietnam. All these territories or these origins have laws, similar to ours, and they are functioning very well. However, as I told you, now we have a law that is enforced and is going to be implemented.
Yeah.
But which structures are you going to apply to make sure that you enforce these laws? This brings you back to the structuring of the sector. Because, okay, now you have a law, yes, because to me, definitely I would support it, because it gives the government a proper way of planning to know the numbers of the farmers they have in the country.
Yeah.
Because right now, you can't, even if you wake up and then you go to UCD and tell them, well, guys, give me the figures of the coffee roasters in the country, I doubt if they have the numbers.
I also doubt.
I doubt if they have the numbers of the baristas. Do you know we are the nation, we are the biggest exporter of coffee baristas to the UAE today?
Yeah.
Do they have the numbers? Do they know who actually went yesterday?
Most people do it independently.
Fantastic. So the law, partly to me, is okay. Because, well, it's the governing policy that is going to help the country achieve its goal via that sector.
Yeah.
But how the coming of the law and the implementation of that law is the question. Because to have that law work fairly, equally fairly, to plan, you need a barristers forum. Do you have it?
I don't think they do.
Yes, we don't. Because I'm one. We don't have a barristers forum. Because this forum should be giving views. It should be, giving challenges.
Yeah.
You see, do you know that there are some cafes that use plastics to steam milk? Like I saw. Steam what?
Milk.
For cappuccinos. The connection of a plastic container to milk is absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
You get? And you know why, health-wise.
Yeah.
So, who is going to advocate for such good SOPs? Is a barrister. Now, from which platform is the barrister going to view those SOPs?
Yeah.
It's none.
No
so, if you have a law that has, if you have a law that has police but has no practitioners, then it's wrong. So to me, it's a law that is there on paper, and I'm actually, after 1 year or 2 years, we shall be here again discussing about
the same law. The
same law. How far has it gone?
Yeah.
Where has it helped? Because it's going to be shelved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, in 2013, look, I was working with USAID, Feed the Future, as a contractor.
Yeah.
They were funding one of the bullets, they were funding the Roasters Forum. You get? And then they were looking for roasters to support, but there were none.
Yeah.
You get? However, the sector managers will tell you that we have a roasters forum, which is on paper, yes, but shelved somewhere. So this comes back again to the people who are involved. Inclusion.
Yeah.
Emma, who is into media, Jared, who is into roasting, him who is into brewing. What do we do?
Yeah.
Then can we? Because we need to get prepared. At some point, they will come, and because the law spells out different areas of concerns, including media, they will come and lock your office, and you have no space to really get visitors to come and do what?
The show.
So you must get involved and then begin questioning what's the way forward. The law is very perfectly, but how it's going to be implemented is the question. We shall be after 2
years discussing this. Well, perhaps before we get into another break, we've talked about inclusion.
Inclusion,
okay. Yes. We have roasters, baristas, we have farmers, we have the media, and we have all these players.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And with all the people who have been on the show, okay, the idea I'm getting is that everyone is standing on their own island.
Yeah.
Okay. The baristas say UCDA is not helping us. UCDA says the baristas are not coming to us.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The roasters say there is no connection. So how do we get all these people in the same space? How do we create that forum?
I've met the same question several occasions. Each platform I'm invited to speak, I encounter it. And now this brings us back to players' mindsets. What is our vision? Yes, UCDA itself is actually a government body supposing to supervise us. You get? However, if we are players, what's our role within the sector itself? Well, I've seen several of them, and this brings us back because of the poor managers of the sectors either we have, because I speak my views. These are my own opinions. Because we have mushrooming academies around. I'll give you an example. I know these academies. Few of them are for my friends. Few of them I've never met them. But the stuff they're producing, I know their products. The skills transfers they are doing to other other people. I know. But when you go into real standards of international curriculums, you see that there are some gaps. And now, if they have gaps, who is supposed to audit what they're doing? Should be UCD. And where is it into this?
It's
okay,
lost
now
somewhere in translation.
So now, nonetheless, if you mentioned the roasters, the baristas,
farmers,
the media, the
yes.
farmers, who is supposed to organize us?
There should be there should be someone to organize, but
Okay,
there is
now,
no one. At
for
the
your
top
information,
right there.
Emma, do you know that we have about 4 parallel baristas forums in this country?
No.
You don't know.
Yeah, because even the baristas who have been here do
Yeah.
not know about.
Do you know that we
the
have
same.
several roasters forums around in this country?
Oh.
They are there.
Yeah.
Do you know that we have unions on top of cooperatives
Yeah, the
in this
farmers'
country?
unions,
Yes, they are there. And why are we stuck? And why are we stuck? Yeah, so that's the question.
Yeah.
So I would actually task you as a media personality to invite, to have this room of yours crowded with these guys, and then put questions to everyone. What's your role in this sector?
True.
Okay, give us a strategy, give us a way forward. And because we've been stuck, if we are mentioning that 10 years back, we've been at the rate of coffee consumption of 2%, and we've managed to jump it to 10, with the kind of challenges we have within. Supposing we're organized more. You get?
Yeah.
Over
Would
to
have
you.
leapt. Yeah, well, if you're catching the show right now, you're on the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television, talking to Mr. Gerald Katawazi about everything that is happening in the coffee industry in Uganda. We started all the way from him starting in Kasese, we went to Volcano Coffee, and now we're discussing the new coffee laws and how it's affecting us. Will it build us or will it tear us down? That is what we're discussing. If you're catching the show right now, make sure to tell someone, send us a comment. If you're asking a question, let us know what you're asking. We'll take a break right now, but we'll be right back. This is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Don't go anywhere.
It is never too late to start anything, that is for sure. You can start on anything and everything at any time. It is not yet, like, time is not lost, you can do it. Yeah. Put God first, like Bernie said, put God first. Number 2, me, I have a mentor, she's called Letitia, the one of KCCA. Like, she will call me to ask me, did you train? Like, get that one person that is going to do that for you, and I thank God for her. Yeah, get that one person that is going to do that for you. It can be your coach, it can be someone that has played the game. Yeah. Bernie is here and she's willing to do that for you. Please reach out to her. Yeah, basically that is it. And also trusting yourself. It starts with you. If you feel like